And welcome to the return of the Regional Emergency Operations Center live stream. I'm Eric Thompson here in Penticton, British Columbia, Sinpington, on the traditional territory of the Syilx Okanagan people in Sinpington. It's so nice to be back with you again, and I do appreciate all the comments from people about this live stream, and I hope today we can provide some helpful information for you. Here's what today looks like. Today, first of all, is Tuesday, August 11th, 2026. And I'm Eric Thompson with the Regional Emergency Operations Center. My day job is this job, but I also do communications. I'm the Senior Manager of Communications and Engagement with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. Some great feedback on this live stream, and I totally appreciate where people are coming from, that it's because it's a long live stream, it's sometimes hard to find information. So we really are going to work today to start at the bottom of the hour and top of the hour with updates. And I know we're starting right now in the middle, but that's due to the fact that I was working on the technology and making sure that we are ready to go for the day. Luckily for me and for us, we have a big team in place today. We have information officers, and on duty today, we have Tracy, who is joining us from the Columbia Shuswap Regional District, which is amazing. She came down to help out for the week. When these emergencies happen, you need to start looking weeks in advance for your schedule, who's available, who can cycle in and cycle out, and making sure people are taking care of their physical and their mental health. For those of you wondering, people have often said, are you getting enough sleep, or are crew getting enough sleep? Yes, that's what we're working on. And probably within a few days, I'll be taking a break. But in the meantime, we're still very much into this wildfire, the Bald Range wildfire. So we all need to, it's all hands on deck. But we do have plans in place to make sure everyone's getting the rest they need. We also have Joanne Millar here, who is with the communications program with the RDOS. And then we also have Kate Holowati. So thank you to all three of them. What they're doing today is they are filling the information section with their input on how we can make sure that when you go to the website, you're getting what you need. When you call the call center, you're getting what you need. When you go to the Emergency Support Services Reception Center, which is located at 273 Power Street at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center, there will be information there for you. We do have screens set up at the reception center, and if any of you are watching right now, we are here for you, and I mean that sincerely. Everyone working behind the scenes and on the front lines is very aware of the fact that we have many, many people who are out of their homes. So to make them as comfortable as possible is one thing. To give them as much information as possible is another key element. But of course, on the front lines, we've got BC Wildfire Service and all of the people they're working with, including local and visiting fire departments and contractors and others, to make sure the area is safe and to do the work that needs to happen to get people back into their homes. It's key. I've just looked at the clock and realized that in just about a minute or so, I'm going to get a call from Alan G from Go Radio here in Penticton. He wants to have a quick chat, but when he does that, I'm going to put my speaker on and you can join the chat with me. And then that way we're still keeping our live stream going. 6 o'clock is the time that we've chosen, and it seems to work best for our daily updates. So that'll be, no matter what you do, whether you watch the live stream or not, 6 o'clock p.m. local time, we will have an update. And that is a regional emergency operations center update. So we won't necessarily have partners at that one every day. Today is going to be a local update with myself, and we'll have our EOC director, and they'll be providing information for us. We're getting some questions now about getting footage of downtown Summerland. My goal today, I put in a request to see if there's any way, if it's safe for me to travel with one of our crew with the proper preparedness steps, and PPE, as they say, which I have here, stand by, to go into downtown Summerland and right on the main street, go in there very quickly, get some video, record something to show you what downtown looks like, and then talk a bit more about what re-entry plans look like. So that's what I'm going to try to do a little bit later on this morning, which means that we'll delay our update for a moment. Okay, now listen very closely to this, please. We're getting people commenting. Here's what someone said: any word when people can return, not excuses, but an actual estimate. Okay, we have a wildfire right now, very large, serious incident in the area. So to get people back into their homes right now is a process that's underway. What's happening right now is temporary access permits to get people into the area who need to get in there based on the need and based on the safety. That's process one. If we were to say it's going to happen on a certain day, that would not be correct because we can't confirm that. And there's so many different areas of Summerland. I live there, I know. I'm not in my home. So to give you an exact date with a raging wildfire is difficult. And I know that's not what people want to hear. But we're not talking about a planned event. We're talking about a major wildfire. So I want to urge caution. And the mayor of Summerland, Doug Holmes, had a very good point at our briefing on Monday, August 10th. He said, we're going to need to work together. We're going to need to not blame people. We're going to need to understand that this is challenging. So everyone is working behind the scenes, working on this to make sure they get you back to your home. So these are not excuses. It's just not that straightforward. So this is why I'm very clear with what is required. And that is people want to start seeing what does the town look like? And anything that can be done to help illuminate that will be done. So I want to wanted to make that clear. So we're in the chat here, keeping an eye on things, trying to get information. We have Kate today is going to take a look at the chat and moderate. We're really hoping it won't devolve into blaming or negative stuff. We want to keep this live stream, in my opinion, is a community, and it's an opportunity to provide clear and concise answers with the information we have available. That's it. We can have a conversation back and forth. I think it's just a nice place to say we're all, I'm in the same situation as you. I'm on evacuation order. And I've said this many times, my situation is nothing like many of the people who I know directly who've lost homes. Confirming the loss of structures is a process as well. And you've probably seen YouTube videos where people can look and say, well, that's my property, and I know that it's gone. But the process of actually confirming that a property has been lost is underway, and the individual property owners who are impacted would have a conversation with professionals rather than blanket statements to the public, which is challenging. You want to make sure that people know individually. So there's a lot of moving parts, and we're now dealing in a different world where we have social media, where people are in an area that is under evacuation order, and it's difficult to manage that. You heard from the RCMP last night, if you watched the update on Monday, August 10th, that RCMP are in the area and they are very active to make sure that no one is roaming through Summerland who shouldn't be there, and all the electoral areas that are, or the electoral areas that are impacted. For the RDOS, that's electoral area F, which is rural Summerland, very hard hit. Falder, Meadow Valley, electoral area I right now, there's evacuation alerts and orders in place. So again, the goal today is to keep the live stream open and have regular updates, because we have we've kind of hit our EOC rhythm now, our Emergency Operations Center information section, which is tasked with getting information out, making sure it's available. As soon as anything changes, we'll let you know here. We'll put it on the website. We'll also send it out through Voyant Alert. So if you're living in Summerland, or you know people who are in Summerland, they may go to the Summerland website or the Summerland Facebook page. We're asking people to go directly to the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, because we're the regional information source. We're the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and that's the way emergencies work, so that you coordinate your efforts rather than individual places doing everything. Now, certainly, we do not speak on behalf of these unique municipalities and for St. Pincton Indian Band, but we'll try to bring the information together so you can find it. There's a map that we have, the interactive map, and that one is really key for all the evacuation alerts in this order, for any of the local governments and First Nations that we're talking about. So if you simply want to know if your property is impacted, you can go to that map, and I'm going to show you in just a moment. If you want to know what the fire is doing, you can go to the BC Wildfire website. That's where you're going to get the fire perimeter, and you're going to learn more about the fire itself. And that's bcwildfire.ca. If something changes with your property, whether it's an evacuation alert or order, or that status changes so that it's rescinded, you'll get a notification through Voyant Alert, and your property, you'll get the notification. It won't go out to the general public to say, by the way, that information will on the map because you'll see it and you can find it on the website, but you won't get notified directly. What we are trying to do, though, is notify as many people as possible in the region when we're hosting one of our meetings, the updates at 6 o'clock. So that's where you'll get it. No new information on the highway opening at this point. Again, that is one of those things where it's a work in progress. And I'm going to walk you through what I know. And this is, for me, amazing that we have this opportunity where we can just talk candidly about that. So you've got a highway. Let's zoom in on the map here. So you've got a highway that's running through an evacuation order and an evacuation alert, or a couple of them. So the challenge with that is, how do you open up the highway and not have people going off the highway? And I'm not necessarily people who are property owners, but just anybody. You have to, if those orders and alerts are still in place, especially all of Summerland right now is under an order, you have to look at blocking countless different access points. And it's also a work zone for crews who are battling the wildfire. So that's the challenge. But I know, and I'm in this room and I hear people talking about it, and I'm part of these operational discussions, not detailed, but just the general idea is that it's always the same. Let's open the highway as quickly as we can. What does that look like? But it's not about convenience. It's about safety. Okay, so I think that's really important. I'm going to go over here. I hope I'm being helpful in saying these things, because I think what people need now is they just need information, and I get that. So that's the information I have available about the highway. It's not really easy to just say, it's on a certain day it's going to be open. What does happen is, once the information is verified and say, for example, there's roadblocks in place and everything's safe, we can then say with confidence, on a certain date, that highway is going to open. And when you don't have that confidence, the worst thing that can happen in emergency management, there's lots of things that can happen, is to say, we're going to open the highway on Friday or whatever day it is, and then it doesn't happen. So you speak with confidence. I've already said, and I'm going to put it out there because I've already said it in the media, that I'm trying, and here, that I've put in a request, if it's safe and if it's appropriate, to get into downtown Summerland to bring a camera. In the news business, they have a thing called pool video. So rather than have 10 cameras go into an area roaming around and you're trying to manage that safely, you have one camera, ideally with somebody who has a high vis vest like this and who's familiar with these emergency sites, and you can say safely that that person is going to get those shots for all of us, for everybody, and bring them out. That's what we're going to try to do. And I think that's important. That's one step. It's one small step. I've had some suggestions about, why don't we fly a drone and get downtown? That's not going to happen, because, and I'm going to let you all answer that question. It's a no-fly zone, and I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm not meaning to make light of the situation, but so many times you've heard that message: don't fly drones during wildfires because it's dangerous. It's illegal, for one, and it's also dangerous. And I've had my pilot's license for drone flying for UAVs, and I know exactly what you can and can't do. And flying anywhere during an emergency is not ideal for many reasons, other than being illegal, but is that it's dangerous for the aircraft. That's really the key. And if that happens, if it's dangerous to the aircraft, they don't fly, they don't fight the fire, and there's a danger to the pilots. So I think people need to keep that in mind. So there won't be a drone. Same with the water. You're out on the water, planning to go out on the water. If you don't have to go on the water, don't go on the water, on the lake. We're talking about Okanagan Lake, and even keep in mind Skaha. If airplanes or helicopters need to get water, you need to be outside of the middle part, along the sides. But if you don't need to be out there on a speedboat, when you know that this emergency operation is underway in this area, it's a good time to just pause. We've heard of the backcountry restrictions now, and that's in place for a very good reason. It's because the backcountry, where this wildfire started, it's a rural area around Summerland, is dry. So any actions that you're taking out in those areas that could potentially start a fire, and it only takes a small spark, it's just frightening. So you see the road closure there, drivebc.ca. Drivebc.ca is going to update that highway as soon as anything changes. We here at the Emergency Operations Center will also provide updates to say, if it opens, we'll say the highway's open. It could be temporary traffic. It could be intermittent. I'm not really sure, but any version of that. Okay. That's the highway. That's important. Let's go. We haven't looked, or I haven't looked in the last little bit at the BC wildfire map. bcwildfire.ca for what the fire is doing right now. And not just here, of course. We've got a big province and lots of other fires. So my advice to everyone, and the advice I've seen from people in our chat, is to be prepared. Take the opportunity to prepare now. When a property is under an evacuation alert, that means that you need to be prepared to go on short notice. And I think what happens sometimes is properties are put under evacuation alert and people think, well, it doesn't seem like there's any problems right now, so I'm not going to, I'm not anticipating a change. And then if it changes, you're not ready. But more importantly, what happened to me and many other people was there wasn't even an alert put in place because there wasn't a danger until there was. And then all of a sudden an order was put in place. So I was here and I wasn't able to spend time getting ready. Luckily, my wife, who's very aware of the situation, was getting prepared, and then it happened. And then I had to rush home. I didn't rush. I drove in an orderly fashion and I tried to change gears from this to what does that look like now to get to my home? What do I need to take? How do we get everybody prepared? Dog, 2 cats, and a hamster to go along with our family. And, you know, in the moment, your mind is just racing. You know, what do I need to take? What supplies am I going to need? In my case, I would have taken more socks. I should have taken more socks. But I looked at the animals and thought, well, one cat mostly is outside. He doesn't want to come. We put him in a cat carrier. He was angry and we took him anyway. And I'm glad we did, because now he would have been all on his own. So those are the kinds of things, if you live near anywhere where either there is a pressing danger like now where we have this active wildfire, or just where it could happen anywhere else in the province, take some steps and look at what a sudden evacuation order would look like for your family. I'm going to reset here now at just about 9:30, really trying to stay on that news rhythm of 9:30, 10, 10:30, 11, where because we have a great team in place, I'm not having to rush out and do as much. I can make sure I time that in between so that people who are looking for information can get that information. I just got 2 thumbs up, so apparently I'm saying the right things. I've said this before, by the way, this is, I appreciate a bit of stream of consciousness, is that I've been given a lot of latitude to be able to come on here and talk live to you about things that I know you're probably going to need to know and that you're asking about, so that real time people are saying, you know, I appreciate these comments from people. But when people are just negative and say, well, you know, you're lying, not that they're saying that, but you know what I mean? I just find that stuff is so unhelpful with social media that I think we as a society, bigger picture, speaking on my own opinion here, need to do a little bit better when it comes to social media. It's too easy to do that. You got a solution, you got a question. If you have a question and you say, for example, when is the road going to open? I think I explained that. The rationale, I think, is important. That's right. Why is the road? Why don't you have a date? Here's why. It's not my road. All the agencies involved, Ministry of Transportation and Transport, who I do not speak for, but I know what they're dealing with. I know what the situation looks like. I believe if you can provide the information and be candid, then people can make their own decision and say, okay. What sometimes happens is people might look and say, well, I don't agree with you. I think it's safe to go through. Well, the agencies that are tasked with making that happen have to make their decisions based on the information they have. And that's what we have to rely on. So, good question. What is the most important update for today? Thank you for your hard work. Excellent question. And thank you for the kudos. I appreciate it. I want to very simply say on that, thank you, is that we have such a great crew here of people in the information section and all the other sections, and then out in the field, all of the crews. So it's a collective effort. I'm using this platform to funnel that information and on behalf of those people. Today, your situation is my situation. When can I go home? When can I take a look at my property and see what's happening? So that I think is key for people. That's one element. The other element is, what's the fire doing? What is the wildfire that's burning in this area doing? said it a bunch of times and I'll say it again. I do not speak on behalf of BC Wildfire, but I, like you, can go to the BC Wildfire website and take a look and see what the latest is. We have invited BC Wildfire to join us here to provide an update. We're tentatively looking at 2 o'clock, and I don't want to hold BC Wildfire to that, the information people, because they are very actively involved in this fire, and they've been speaking to lots of media, which is great because they can get it out to lots of people. So if BC Wildfire is available at 2 o'clock today, that's when we'll have their update. I'm going to the website here and it's not loading for me at the moment, and I'm anticipating it's probably quite busy. So I'm just going to close that window, but bcwildfire.ca if you're able to get in there to see what the fire is doing. Now, remember with the wildfire, when you look at that perimeter, you're getting, a general idea. It's not showing you where the flames are burning and that kind of thing. But the information that is really key is when we get these updates from BC Wildfires, they'll tell you some details on what area on that perimeter BC Wildfire crews and others are looking at. Structural protection units are in place all over, and structural protection is exactly like it sounds, making sure that they're protecting homes and then all the work that goes behind the scenes, which is stuff a lot of us don't see. BC Wildfire over the last couple of years has been doing some incredible work at providing videos, general videos, to show you what it looks like on those front lines. And I can only imagine in really hot conditions like we have, I don't even know what the temperature is, and smoky conditions with the flames, being out there with a pickaxe or whatever piece of equipment you have, like on the ground. That's frightening, and it's difficult work, and a lot of people are doing it, and that's the kind of challenge they're dealing with. And then heavy equipment, and then of course aerial units as well. Oh, that's interesting. I just earlier was going to do an interview with Alan G, and I'm just telling him yes. So when I talk to him, I'm just going to put the phone down. So I'm going to multitask. But anyway, to answer your question, the key things today: what's the wildfire doing? We'll check the website. You can go check. No new updates. So if there's new information, sometimes people say I'm not getting any information. If there's no new information, then it won't be posted. But what we found what I found in this emergency operations center is it's always good to post things every few hours and tell people there's no new information, because then people at least know. So stand by. I'm just going to answer the phone here. Alan G, I just wanted to let you know you're live on our live stream right now, and I'm happy to talk to you today.
Well, that's good. Thanks as always, Eric. And we just wanted to say right off the hop, thank you for all you're doing. There's been so many live streams you're doing. Last night's press conference. So Eric Thompson with the RDOS who joins us now. Thanks for all that, because it's really helping in such a crazy time.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Well, let's go back to yesterday. And first of all, we had the live sort of streaming event at 6 with all the different agencies involved. But just talk about that and how important it was to have really all these groups together to provide some information for everybody.
I think it was really important. And when that meeting was done, I wasn't here to look at any comments, or I didn't go on social media. I went and did what most of us need to do, including people who are on evacuations, just disengage a little bit and take some time. But I really liked that update, because I felt from the feedback I did get that people got the information that was available. And again, the rationale is so important. Why are we not letting people go back to their home? Or why? It's not even letting them, it's why can't they go back to their home? And then RCMP talking about what they've been up to and how they're patrolling that area and making sure people aren't there. And then the heartfelt messages from people like Mayor Doug Holmes, the electoral area directors, Mayor Bloomfield, Chief Greg Gabriel, and then the others. It was just, I think it was important for people to hear that. You probably noticed, Alan, that people were speaking from the heart. They were telling what they knew and what they felt as well about their community. And I think I'd like to think that's what people need.
That's right, and that's just them reacting just to the situation when it came to our Mayor Doug Holmes and Riley Gittins, and of course me growing up in Summerland, and probably everybody watching, it hits home too that we've seen this in other parts of the province, but when it hits home and people that are affected and their homes are lost, they may have homes not to go home to. We all know these people now, and it really changes things significantly.
It sure does. And I just want to address a question here. Someone's asking about opening the highway and why we can't hire contractors to block the roads. That type of project is very much underway. There's lots of plans in place as how you open the highway. But one of the key factors is not so much as not allowing people in, it's is it safe to be there because of the wildfire that's on right now. And when you open it up to the public, it's different than opening it up to emergency responders. You've got a whole different situation, and you could create a second emergency. So people are thinking about all of those things. Alan, I want to turn the tables on you if I can. I want to ask you, you're on the media, you're on the radio, and you're talking about this nonstop, and you're probably hearing from a lot of people. How is it for you? Are you impacted directly?
Well, yes, because I actually have a family from Summerland. So it was like Saturday in the middle of the morning, I found out that my sister and her family had been evacuated. They have a trailer, so they were able to find a spot in Penticton. Now they've moved on to Kamstorp and Gallagher Lake, but they have 2 cats. So I took the cats in, and then when I kind of sort of regrouped and thought, okay, they're taken care of. I have an uncle and his partner, so I reached out to them, and they said, well, we have our 2 cars at the Canadian Tire parking lot. So I said, well, you might as well stay with me because they don't have anything to stay in. So, and then, of course, talking to people, those who have been evacuated, they're really good friends of mine. Because I know sometimes if you're going through something like that and you reach out to them, they may be, well, I don't know if I want to talk about it. These are friends that I trust, and they trust me. So just hearing their firsthand stories. And I grew up in Summerland, so I visualize sort of these places affected, and it's very hard not to, be emotional when you hear about someone saying, oh, this person's home is lost. Well, someone else said the fire creeped to like within steps of their home. So there's tragedy, but we're hearing amazing stories as well.
Yeah.
Homes being saved. So that's impacted me greatly. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm watching the live stream chat, and someone said that they hate that we're being tight-lipped about damages. So damages are an interesting thing because you do rapid damage assessments during an emergency, and there's a process involved. And in some places it's not safe to get into, but we've seen these videos where people were leaving after the fire. They stayed behind during the evacuation order, and you can very clearly see the property is damaged. But the process of going through, categorizing everything and saying, okay, these are the properties that are damaged, these aren't. What would happen first is those individual homeowners would be told, not the general public. And that's a process. A lot of people probably already know because they've seen the social media video. I wouldn't want to find out on social media something bad about my home. I'd rather hear about it from a professional. But anyway, I'll go back to being an interviewee.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, you sort of talked about the highway, and first of all, I just want to backtrack to when it was done yesterday. I had a few friends from Summerland reach out saying it was great information. Obviously a little depressing that makes sense, but you were sort of talking about the process because someone said to me, can they open the highway but still keep Summerland evacuated? And that's what you sort of mentioned. That's what the work is right now. If we are opening it, we still have Summerland evacuated. So is it like we just said, that it would be sort of entrances blocked, or can we literally open the highway but still keep Summerland closed, kind of?
As far as I know, yeah. And today, I think it's really important. We're basically doing emergency information in real time because of social media and because information is flowing so fast that decisions have to be made fairly quickly, and people do want timelines, and I appreciate that. So I feel like in this position, I'm getting a bit of a pulse of what people need and want. I will and have relayed that to the group here, and then I'd like to get a more real-time sense of what that looks like. So when I take a break, I'm going to go and do that and say, people are asking about the highway, they're asking about getting access. Can we give ballpark, right? And if ballpark's good, and if it's safe to, or if it's appropriate to do so, and ballpark could be a week. Graham Statt, who is one of the directors here and also the CAO of Summerland, said we're talking about days and weeks, and then the recovery, especially for people who've lost homes, and we've got the landfill on fire, the recovery could be years. So that's not good for people, but getting a better sense of the highway and without giving false expectations. So I'll certainly ask about that and give you the most up-to-date information I can, both through the media here and through our live stream and the other channels.
So we do have the live stream, but as far as today's concerned, and listeners, Eric, you know of any other maybe press conferences or anything that may be of interest to our listeners to check out today? We're
focused right now on 6 p.m. daily. So 6 p.m. daily for a virtual, so online, very similar. Basically what we're doing here, it's the live stream. So we'll bring in anyone who's available. So when we can, we'll bring in BC Wildfire and RCMP or any other partners. But the day-to-day will be 6 o'clock. It'll be myself and our others here just to say, what do we know? What's the latest? All at one time. We have invited BC Wildfire to be here for 2 o'clock this afternoon, 2 p.m. If you're watching this recording, that would be on August the 11th, Tuesday. But we're not holding them to it because we know that they're very operational, and if they can join us at that time, they will.
All right. Well, in terms of the rest of today and what the RDOS has been doing, Eric, anything else you want to kind of wrap up with?
I just think we're hearing you. And those of you who have been impacted, we're with you. We people will do what they can to support. And people have asked about donations and about helping. I would say that always stick with organizations and groups that you know of that are trusted, from the Community Foundation to Red Cross, United Way, local churches, that type of thing. Don't fall for any scams online, but reach out and find out if there are people who are asking for help, who've lost a home or who have been impacted, who need help. And I've seen some of them and I know some of them. I'd rather give that person some help directly if I could, because I know they need it.
Well, appreciate that, Eric. And again, all you're doing with the RDOS and keeping everybody up to date, including me, I guess, being on your live stream, right?
Yeah, thank you so much. And you're doing, I mean, what you're doing right now is part of it, and it really is helpful. And I think we'll keep doing it if you want.
You betcha.
Okay.
Yeah, we will. As long as I'm here and you're here, we'll keep checking in.
All right. Thanks a lot, Alan.
Thanks, Eric. We'll chat soon. Hope it goes well today.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks again, Eric.
That's Alan G. from Go Radio in Penticton. And someone here has said that Mamas for Mamas in Kelowna are taking donations. So that's awesome. And yes, someone is saying we have to remember there was a fatality. A person who I don't know, but is a family member and a community member. One person in this didn't make it out. And we can never forget that. And we also have to remember the people who barely got out. I know some of them. And the stories are harrowing. And we can't forget them. We can't forget the people who are impacted, who don't have a place to go back to and will need support. They will need support from the community. Alan had a really good point there. He knew of somebody who needed a place to stay and he brought them in. We're staying with some family friends who are amazing. I can't believe that we have an opportunity. So then that means we don't have to go and take up lodging. But I don't know what that's going to look like. We can't stay there forever. And all of you are making, making decisions like that. So let's talk about that for a moment. What does that look like for you if you need help? If you've gone to the emergency, ESS, Emergency Support Services Reception Center at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center, if you've gone through the ESS process, if you're having challenges, I think it's really important to know where to go for help. And don't hesitate. If you're just not getting what you need, you feel you need an answer, you can call the number behind me, 250-490-4225. Our call center right now is open 24 hours a day. So the question is, do you leave the call center open between midnight and 6? Who would be calling at 2 in the morning? Deborah Jones Middleton, who is the director here at the EOC, has said, yes, you keep it open. And there were 2 calls overnight. Imagine those 2 people who did call in that got somebody on the other end of the line. And this is not to congratulate anybody. It's to say that's how a good system works, to answer the phone and try to provide some kind of just a voice on the other end of the line. So that really, there are so many challenges with an emergency, but an emergency operations center works on the incident command system where plans are in place already. When something happens, you activate the plan. I've heard this about, astronauts don't have a plan B. It's like, oh, that didn't work. What are we going to do now? You don't have that in space, and you don't have that in a wildfire or an emergency. You have plans. So your contingency, you move to that one, and now we're doing this. And for us, it's ramping up. So getting additional staff, knowing that people are going to be getting tired and they're going to need to cycle in and cycle out. So they're making good decisions and they're taking care of their own health. And yes, I'll be one of those people very soon. During the day, I'm going to bring in some of our information officers who are here. Our information section lead today is Joanne. We're going to ask her to come in and just give us a sense of what the day's looking like and what she's hearing. She's working directly with the call center. Kate is monitoring our live chat here, the chat on YouTube, just to keep an eye on things and make sure that people aren't going offside and just not contributing to the conversation and taking it in a direction that isn't helpful. And then we've also got Tracy, who's joining us from CSRD, the Columbia Shuswap Regional District. So we've got a pretty good team in place today, and people who are going to make sure that when you go to the website, you find what you need. And if you don't, give us a call, bring it in on the chat. The chat's difficult because I can't monitor everything because I'm talking and there's a lot going on, but maybe give us a call and then we know directly that what you can't find and give us a suggestion. We'll try and fix it. I'm going to take a break. I feel like I've been talking a lot and I'll be back at 10 o'clock, but I want to take a moment on behalf of the Emergency Operations Center. I'm not, the spokesperson. I'm not the elected chair. I am a staff person who works in this Emergency Operations Center who's been tasked with information. But on behalf of this group, I wanted to say that everybody who is working on this emergency, and we're talking about volunteers, we're also talking about community members and others who are pitching in their own way to help. But with BC Wildfire and all of the other partners that the Emergency Operations Center is working with, their focus is on making sure people are safe, making sure people are comfortable, and making sure they can get back into their homes as quickly as possible. So your feedback on the fact that you'd like to see specific data on what areas are impacted and those types of things, I'm going to go bring that to the group right now and say, what does that look like? Do we have a list that's gone just to the impacted properties? Can we get a rough idea of when it might happen? But saying that, I might not have a clear, clean answer for you because, again, there are a lot of unknowns with this wildfire. It's big, it's dry out there, and it's just not that simple. But an honest answer means that's what we have available. And I hope people can appreciate that and respect that it's going to take time. And we'll move through this together. And part of it will be having a conversation like this, not always this in depth, but in a way that makes sure that if you go to a website, you pick up a phone, you're going to get some kind of information, someone there to help you. So I'm going to take a short break on our live stream, and I will be back at 10 o'clock. And if you are talking to anyone who's looking for information, if they live in Summerland or anywhere in the area, remind them that the website is rdos.bc.ca, whether you're in Summerland or anywhere else, rdos.bc.ca, to connect you to links and resources that you'll need and information. And then this YouTube stream, our plan is to keep this going all day long. I'm going to commit to keeping it till at least 7 because we're doing an update with BC Wildfire later in the afternoon, and then our main update at 6 o'clock within the Regional Emergency Operations Center. We are working on a public meeting where we can get together in person. And the challenge with that, of course, is to do it in a way that doesn't impact those on the evacuation order where we have to make them travel too far or anything like that. So we're really working on a venue that's going to work because, as you know, right now, the Trade and Convention Center is a reception center. So having a public meeting there can be challenging. I went in there the other night and people are sleeping in there. So yeah, that's what I can tell you. So we'll go till at least 7 o'clock Pacific time. Hope you're all doing well. We'll talk to you shortly. I need to put a little piece of tape here to mark where this goes because it's kind of a bit of a balancing act of where it best sits and doesn't block things. I'm actually thinking of changing this sign to have the time on it, say like, top of the hour or something like that. This must be incredibly awkward to watch me do this. I'm going to move this around in a bit, but right now I'm just going to go take a quick break. Hello, back again. It is 10:01 on Tuesday, August the 11th. My name is Eric Thompson with the Regional Emergency Operations Center in Penticton. So this Emergency Operations Center is part of the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, operating, just as the name suggests, as a Regional Emergency Operations Center. So working with everyone in the region to support this wildfire response. So I'm going to reset what I know. I was saying earlier that people are looking for information about damaged property. I've had a couple of conversations with people, but I have not spoken with our EOC director. But I'll give you a general idea. And the reason I say that is that the way an emergency operations center works is that any information that is going out has to be vetted and has to be verified, and then it's the EOC director who is the final person who says yes. And they're saying yes because they feel confident in that information going out to people. Because if any inaccurate information goes out, that is when you lose the audience, as they say. Because if you're getting information that's inaccurate, that's not going to give you confidence. So giving people confidence in the information you're sharing. I'll give you an overview of what I believe will happen, and then I'm going to talk to the director and maybe even bring her in here to explain it. But the general idea, as far as confirming any kind of damage within the District of Summerland, keeping in mind that many people already know through social media what some areas look like because it's been posted online. But the idea is to go through that process of safely. And when I say safely, I mean, if you're talking about an area that was highly impacted by wildfire, there's a lot of things that go on with that. And any of you who are familiar with that will know what I mean, that you just have to be careful. You don't just go in there and put a check mark. It's a bit more than that. But the actual data on area, and we're talking about pockets, so you really have to take it area by area. And we've got a big area. Then what you do is you start with the impacted property owners need to know what's happening. So you share that information through likely small meetings with those individual groups to say, here's what we know. Those property owners need to know privately. It would not be helpful to put out a blanket list with just a bunch of arrows on it, and especially because the information isn't verified and the wildfire is still very active. So I think that will give you a sense of the idea behind how this information will be distributed. Once the actual impacted people are aware of what's going on, then what would happen as we go through the process, that information then gets compiled, and at some point that information then goes out to the public. And if you can appreciate, the people who are directly impacted really are the people who need to know. That's why I was talking about trying to go to downtown Summerland today, just to visually. I haven't seen it, and I haven't even seen video of it. I want to see it for myself. But again, we're talking about what we call pool video, where if I'm in there safely. I'm in there with a team, or not a team, but whoever can escort me in there to just simply be in a safe area, get the images I need, bring them back, and share them with everybody, instead of just opening it up and say, let's let a bunch of people go in and take a look. If that little window helped, and I'm not even sure that it might not be appropriate or safe, so I can't guarantee that. I'm being very, very honest with you, putting myself out there to be honest, but that's what I've asked for. And I see a comment here about alert response and what they've gotten. I haven't heard that. I will find out about that. So back to my point. So then once this data is really compiled and the people who need to know, and it's verified and all those different things that need to happen, that's when stats start to come out. And one thing I haven't done, which I will get, stats we know is how many properties are on evacuation order and how many properties on our evacuation alert. So I'm going to ask the team to provide that information. Then down the road, again, once the process is followed through, those types of stats will come out. And it might be a while because it's very early on and in the middle of response. So for example, X number of properties were impacted, and I don't know exactly what the stats look like, so I'm not going to guess. I hope that's helpful. But let's start with, we've heard that downtown is safe in Summerland. And when this fire broke out and we started hearing things, the first thing I thought of was, I mean, any property damaged or destroyed is awful. There's just no two ways about it. But the thought that our downtown, those of us who live in Summerland, and it's such a beautiful little community, and the downtown is so wonderful, the thought that was impacted and like the whole downtown was, to me, was devastating, and it would be to anybody, even anyone who doesn't live here. But we're hearing that's not the case. So I would like to visualize that, and if I can, I will. Someone was asking again about alert. So I'm going to make a note of that. So alert is the Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team, and they've been tasked with going in and taking care of animals. Again, instead of having a bunch of people go in, alert's trained, and that's what they do, to go in and help with animals and that type of thing. I'll find out what I can about just to even get a ballpark, that they have been in, they have done whatever they've done. If I can get that information, I will. And I hope that's somewhat helpful for you. Man, so if you're going to make comments on here about, just silly stuff, don't do that. The conspiracy stuff, I don't understand that. I don't understand what would prompt somebody to sit in a chat and talk about conspiracy theories right now. It's very strange. It's not helpful in this forum. Please do it somewhere else. I'm going to take another short break. Sorry, I probably should give out a few more pieces of information, and then I'll take a short break, because I really do want to find out about alert. I'm really interested in that. I'd like to talk to our EOC director a bit more about what that process of assessing and distributing information, both to those who need it directly, and then the bigger picture of when that information might come out. And we may be able to give you a general timeline, but it's more about process. And the process could take a day, it could take several weeks. ESS. So Emergency Support Services is funded by the province. It's administered locally for people in a time of need. A lot of work has been done over the last several days to make sure that whatever challenges are there have been addressed. One of them was timelines and waits at the reception center, just processing people. More volunteers are being brought in as we speak, and the volunteers who are doing the work, if you understand how the program works, think about walking in there to that reception center, and right at the start, there's flaggers out on the road, and they're standing there all day in the smoke, making sure that people are safe, because you've got a lot of traffic. So let's talk about them. Those people might be paid, doesn't matter. They're doing an extremely important job to keep people safe, because you've got cars and pedestrians. And then you get to the front door and you're going to see people there. You're going to see security just to keep everybody safe. And there's a lot of people coming and going. So it's basically their home, those who are staying at the reception center. So we have to keep that in mind. Also, making sure you don't go to the reception center if you don't need to be there. The people who are there, who don't have a place to go, have to get what they need. They might need some food, they might need some toiletries, some other supplies, and it's all volunteers who are there to greet them, to talk to them, to help them. Screens have been put up, and they may be, many of you may be watching right now, and if you are, just want to say hi. I hope you're doing okay, and I hope this feed provides some kind of hope, some kind of something that will make it a little easier for you, because then you have a sense of, hey, that guy said that this is the latest information. And if that provides some comfort, then that's excellent. And if you're not getting the information you need, and there's some specific questions you have, you can talk to somebody at the reception center, and they can certainly pass that information along as well. We've got a number of staff who've been working at that reception center to provide additional support. And so my goals today are, one of them right now in the short term is find out a bit more about alert, connect with the folks at ESS and see what's going on there, what some of the concerns are today. And then we talked about the plan for information about impacted areas, and be respectful. Yes, I agree about that. And then if I do have a chance to go off site today, that'll mean that I will probably take it easy here on the live stream for a bit, but I am going to bring in one of my colleagues, and I won't ask them to stand in here and host all by themselves and try to be the person who just talks endlessly and doesn't stop, because that's not for everyone. But I will ask them to come in and just talk to us about what they're hearing, what's going on with the phones. We've got a call center here with lots of people phoning in regularly. When I walk by the call center, they're always on the phone, and there's always people calling in. Probably if I'm giving out the phone number, that encourages people to call in, so they get busy, but we'll interact with them, and I'll ask the information people here, the information officers, to check in with the call center and see what they're hearing. I think that's a lot of information. I'm just trying to get a real sense of what other things. So the temporary access permit, I've got notes here, temporary access permits. That process it's really, really important that people, and we have more than 12,000 people just in Summerland alone. Plus we have the rural areas outside, electoral area F, which is Falder and Meadow Valley area that's been really heavily impacted, and people want to go back and see their property. So that process where you go to the website, rdos.bc.ca, and you fill out a form, this is not an RDOS or a regional district or a REOC, Emergency Operations Center process. It's a process that's developed around the province of, and it's constantly refined. When you want a bunch of people who want to go in, how do you manage that, and how do you manage it safely? So it is based on priority, and your priority might not be the same as another priority. I listened to the radio this morning, and I heard a producer, a vineyard owner, talk about his concerns about his crops and everything that goes with that. And I don't have an answer for that, and I appreciate how challenging that is. But then there might be a critical infrastructure issue or something like that. So everything is being done to try and get people into their area to take care of whatever they need to. Alert, we heard about, someone asked about that. What is Alert doing if people can't get in? Is Alert, have they been helping with animals and pets? I'm sure they have. I just don't have specifics that I can comment on it accurately. Then the other part of that, I mentioned the idea of assessing each individual area for damage and that type of thing, and a process of maybe or of communicating that to people and possibly holding meetings directly with smaller groups and that type of thing. But then part of that, if it's possible, would be providing access for people on a temporary basis, like an actual, an escorted tour in there to be able to see it. Those are standard across the board for emergencies, usually for fires and floods and other emergencies, to be able to, you just take group by group and area by area and make sure that people who are directly impacted know about it, can potentially get eyes on if it's safe, and then you relay that information out to the public in a manner that makes sense once all those other steps have taken. And it does take time. And I always go back to the fact that we have a major wildfire underway right now. I think that's okay. For this person here, I'm not laughing at any suggestion. When people are talking about terrorism and things like that, I'm just saying, in this situation right now, you're watching a live stream that's providing information to people who are impacted by wildfire. And now is not the time for a conversation about what started the fire, who did it, who's to blame. If you want to have that conversation, that's absolutely your right to do so, but in a different forum. That's what I'm saying. We don't want to get into the speculation here, because that's not helping anybody. Someone's right in front of them is, when can I go see my house? I don't think they're looking at the bigger picture of what happens with the police investigation or who caused this, any of that. But you go ahead and have that conversation on some Facebook group or something. But I'm just asking you politely to not get into that here, because I don't think it's helpful. I think that's fair. And I think people watching would probably think that it is fair, that our conversation here, we're doing something that is probably a little different. Normally, a local government's not going to open up a live stream and have somebody like me, stream of consciousness, talk. But I feel confident in the message and the information. And I feel confident that we are trying something a little different with technology that we haven't done before. I'm expecting at any moment someone's going to walk in here and say, you need to stop talking. What are you doing? But they haven't. They've come in and said, people appreciate that you're actually giving them information and you're responding to their questions in real time. Normally what would happen, and this is not by any means a knock on other people, on what they're doing. We all do what we can with the resources we have. I'm sure my colleagues who are watching this would say, now we have to do that. And they might also say, now we can do that. That's amazing. I would encourage it if you have the right things in place. But imagine if I wasn't comfortable with this, or if I was saying things, I probably said things I'm maybe not supposed to. I hope not. That's when it works until it doesn't work, put it that way. On a side note and on a personal note, on behalf of my job here, I'm going to be at a conference in Nanaimo in November. It's called BRC, Building Resilient Communities, and Deborah Jones Middleton, who I spoke about, the director, she's on the organizing committee or the board. I'm not sure if it's a board, along with some other people I know, including Paul Edmonds, who used to be the EOC director here, and several other people in the industry. And it's basically, it's a not-for-profit, it's a group that brings together emergency professionals from around the province to talk about resiliency and everything that goes with it. So I volunteered or offered to go there for part of the educational element to talk about video. And all I knew that I was going to talk about was how we can use video. And I was thinking more taped interviews, how we can use video during emergencies. And now when I go there, I am going to show them this feed, and I'm going to talk about how it might work, how it maybe doesn't work, what some of the pitfalls are, what some of the challenges are. But maybe that could move information forward collectively, because everything that I'm saying, I will listen to somebody else and think, okay, I need to say it better and I need to be informed by that, because this is my opinion, a lot of it, and the information I have available. But the collective input of other people, because other people will say, hey, have you thought of that? I appreciate there's a lot more we could do on this, where we could have different information up. We could have, a whole bunch of different things. Like I probably shouldn't have that sign up right now, but every time I move it, it's difficult to, I think you'd know that the live stream is on right now. So I just want to leave it there, because when I move it, it's hard to place. But anyway, that collective conversation, like the kind of comments I'm getting from people, if you've been watching this, you know that we're workshopping the technology as we go. I've never used the share screen. I didn't know about it. It's great. When you look at it here, it's a little X on the screen. And I wouldn't have touched that. I would have thought that would have done something bad, but now I know it's to share screen, which means I can show you a map, which you're looking at right now. So this real-time feedback is really, really helpful, because I think it makes us all better at what we do. Quick recap, take a break, all of us, hydration break, and then back at 10:30. And then I'm waiting for a phone call to see if this tour will happen. I don't know if it will, or get some live or some video in downtown Summerland. I sure would like to. If it doesn't happen today, I'll do it as quickly as I can. I used to work in news, as some of you may know, and this forum is kind of a mix of news and official information. And in the news business, what do you need? You need visuals. You need to show people. Staring at me is not what you need to do. You need to hear what we're talking about, but the visual is great, the map that backs up what we're saying. So if I can go and get some actual visuals, that's what I'm going to do. I do want to thank the media, by the way. I think the media, and that's a blanket term, professionals who work in broadcasting and print, radio, television, they have a tough job too. And during an emergency, media that we deal with are excellent. They're less focused on trying to really look at negative things, but they have to talk about those things, and I understand that. But if they can talk about it with an informed lens, for example, they ask us, ESS I've had people ask me, are seniors sleeping in cars? I don't know. I haven't seen that, and if they are, that's unfortunate. We need to address that. So when the media has to talk about a challenging part of what's going on, then if they can get the answer about why it's happening, then at least it's balanced, and then it gives us a chance to say, well, that's an issue. We better fix that, or try to, or address it in any way we can. Some things you can't address. But, I think information a lot of times is a gap. Every single after action review I've been to, when there's a big incident, you have an after action review, you bring in all the partners, and the word communication probably comes up, 1,000 times. It's always communication. Could we get more information out to people? Could we communicate better to the public? Could we communicate better internally? Could we communicate? And it's always that. It doesn't mean it's communications that is the problem. It means that communication has to be done in a way that actually works. So we're relaying information properly internally and making sure that it's going out in a timely manner. That's why I like this forum, even though it feels a bit like I've just been talking. I feel like when I see somebody say something, like the person who talked about terrorism or whatever it was, and I can respond to that and you can hear it, then we can say, well, what are we doing with that now? Is that going to be the thing? Is that going to be the theme? No, it's take it somewhere else, the what ifs and who caused it. I appreciate that someone wants to talk about that, but I don't believe this is the forum, because this is the forum for what is Alert doing, the Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team, and what are they doing to help the animals in our community? Good question. Let's talk about that, because that's something that's going to move us forward. It's going to inform you, and it's going to move that forward to say, we're hearing there's more of a need, or you're getting a sense of what's happening in the field, what's actually going on. And the best thing about all of this live is that we're not guessing. We're bringing up questions, verifying it, and that's what happens in emergency operations is you verify information and then you share it. So if someone puts something on social media and says, hey, I heard such and such, and now all of a sudden that comment gets spread around and everyone says, I heard something. What you should do is stop and say, well, let's find out. Go to the source. And then if we don't have that information, we need to know about it. We need to say, well, people are asking about a certain thing. We need to then be proactive and answer the question. And one of the questions again today was, when can we get into our property? So I don't want to give you a blanket statement. I want to tell you what that looks like and be very honest about it. And if people don't like that answer, then maybe we should have a conversation. Maybe you should phone the call center and say, here's my idea. I need you to come up with a date. And then I would be happy to come back on here, or we could put it in our information on the website and say, here's why it's difficult to come up with a date. So I'm going to stop there because I feel like I'm kind of rambling. We'll come back at 10:30 with just a reset of where we're at today, what the day looks like, the type of information I believe we'll be discussing at the 6 o'clock virtual meeting that will be here on this live stream, so you don't have to go anywhere, and what we hope to get. But BC Wildfire for me is going to be really key today to get a sense of what the fire is doing, because that's really where we're at right now. We're in the recovery phase as far as people are still out of their homes and we need to get them back there. People have questions about their property. We need to try and answer those. What's the process? What's the timeline? ESS, are people getting the support they need? So I really want to try and verify some of that information, share it with you here, ask my colleagues to put it out online in an information release that kind of encapsulates where we're at. And then again, wait for our friends at BC Wildfire Service to join us for an actual fire update. Where's it at? What's happening out there? And I'm not often outside to actually look at, and I can't see it from here very well, but what's the fire doing? And people who live maybe a little closer or in a different vantage point can probably see it. I know I've seen some interesting videos from Naramata, where from across the water, you can kind of get a sense of what things look like. So with that, I'm going to take a short break, and I will be back in just a few minutes to continue our live stream from the Regional Emergency Operations Center in Penticton. Good morning again. My name is Eric Thompson with the Regional Operations Center, and this is our live stream. We are trying to provide regular updates at the top and bottom of the hour, and this one was a little off schedule because what I've been doing is gathering and verifying information so I can share some information with you with confidence. Excuse me. Right now, 95% of the phone calls that are coming into the call center there behind me, 250-490-4225, are about temporary access permits. If you are looking for a temporary access permit, rather than phone, because when you phone, what will happen is they will give you this information. So rather than tie up the phone lines and rather than have somebody give you information that is basically one step away from where you actually need to be, is go to the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca. And then when you're in there, see the big red banner, click on it, on the learn more. This is a page that will be updated throughout the day, every day, when new information becomes available in some of the latest updates. Now, if you look here, and I believe I'm going to ask the team to move that up to the top, the temporary access permits. If you're looking for a temporary access permit, it's important to know that you do have to be patient, because when it's safe to go in to an area, that's when you can get access. So you may want to get access and you may not be able to. So please understand there's a process in place, and it's not because anyone's trying to be difficult. It's due to safety and access. Having said that, if you click on this link right here, so I think you can see, I don't know if you can see it because of my window there. I'll go up here, click on the link. So again, rdos.bc.ca, big red banner, click on that link. It takes you to this page, go to temporary access permits and click on that. From there, you have to fill out this form. I know nobody likes a form, but that's the way we have to do it so we can manage this process. You've put it in, don't apply multiple times, please. That just causes a lot of backlog and a lot of work. Once you've applied, you will get your access permit if it is safe to get one. So please keep that in mind. But this is the process. These processes, again, are used by many different local governments, because think about thousands of people who are out of their homes and they need to get access. Stand by for 1 second. Our IT guy is here, Adam, and he's working on setting up his phone so that it connects with our YouTube channel. So I'm just going to talk to him very quickly, and I'll just leave you with that form for a moment. I love the people I work with. Adam is in IT and he's a nice guy. And I said to him, like, my phone's cracked and I use it all the time. And I said, do you think I could get a new phone? And he says, do you want it now? Because then all my stuff that I have is, anyway, I won't bore you with the details. Okay, so this temporary access permit, this again is where I'm going to urge patience on the system. It's again, it's not easy to just get a bunch of people back in. So where it's safe, you fill out the form, please just follow the process and understand that everything will be done to get you in as soon as possible. Now, again, the term triage is used because you're looking at critical infrastructure, you're looking at people who have animals and pets and that type of thing. So that's the form there. Now, the other thing we had talked about earlier that I wanted to share information with you about is emergency support services. If you are looking for a renewal, so by now people have been signed up for a few days who are getting ESS, and when it gets to the renewal, there's a phone number to call. You'll know what that phone number is. I don't have it in front of me, but you'll know because you got ESS. What you do is call that number, or you can also go directly to the reception center to get your renewal. The reception center is set up at 273 Power Street in Penticton at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. So again, you might be sitting there at the reception center watching this right now, and you may already know this, but you may be somewhere else, or you may know of someone who's looking for a renewal of their support through ESS, Emergency Support Services. Call the number that you were provided with, or go to the reception center. That's really important, and make sure you do it in a timely manner, or before your support ends, and again, follow the directions of the Emergency Support Services volunteers. The other thing I said I would try to verify, which I was able to, is that process of identifying and communicating damage or anything to do with properties that people need to know about. Again, starting at the very highest level, which would be a damaged property or worse. For example, we know there was a fatality. We've heard that from the RCMP. So a property associated with that would take the highest priority, and then you're going to move to properties that are damaged or partially damaged, and then others who are not damaged. That process basically works like this. BC Wildfire Service provides access or says it is safe for crews to go into a certain area where, whether there was damage or not, but they can get into that area safely, and they do an assessment. From there, small group notifications will take place through Voyant Alert. So if you haven't signed up for Voyant Alert, please do. Go back to the website, rdos.bc.ca. You're going to find it in there, and I'm going to double check that it's on this list, and if it's not, I will ask the team to put it in there. I may have missed it, but you can find it on the main website, right on the right there. You'll see down here, Voyant Alert notifications. Excuse me for a second. And Voyant to EOC page. Anyway, you click on that, sign up for Voyant Alert. You can put the app on your phone. If you don't have technology, you don't use technology, it's difficult because you can only use a landline, which if you're not at your house, obviously doesn't help you. You may need to talk to a family member or friend about that, but you can also phone for a 250-490-4225 and let them know you have no technology available. And obviously, I'm not sure how you heard it if you're not watching this, but you could be watching at the reception center. Make that phone call and ask, how can I find out when someone will tell me about my property? Back to Voyant Alert. Anyone who has Voyant Alert, when there is an assessment done, again, when it's safe to do so, BC Wildfire Service will say it's safe to come in here. Then in small sections, because you're taking it, neighborhood by neighborhood, community by community, those people will be notified of the situation and of a meeting. So we'll have little meetings, smaller meetings, I should say, with different people to say, here's the situation. So think of that in terms of highest priority. If there's a neighborhood that's been destroyed, for example, completely heavily impacted, there's a process to let those people know. And then when it's safe to do so, actually let them go back to their property. I was working in media during the 2003 wildfires that impacted this area, and I went on a media tour on a bus in an area that had been affected. And I tell you, it was one of the more emotional things I've ever had to deal with, because you're going through a neighborhood where there's one house that's gone, completely gone. And then you see another house where the plastic lawn furniture is still there and the house is intact. So it's emotional. And it's going to be a difficult time. So that kind of information has to be dealt with sensitively, directly to the people impacted. And again, that's how they're going to find out, is through Voyant Alert, through a meeting, and then eventually when it's safe or when it can be arranged, is a tour. So the process is underway. All this is being done right now. I'm going to leave it there for a moment. We talked about alert. Someone asked about alert. What's happening with Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team? They are out there. I can confirm that. They're in the community. And if you need help, of your pet, your dog, your cat, whatever it may be, larger animals, and there's an issue, you need to contact alert. So I'm going to go onto the website. Actually, I went to the wrong place, I think, here. And let's see, we'll go here. There you go, loved ones, animals, and health. We need to put alert in there if it's not in there. Okay, it's Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team. You go to their website, just Google alert, and I'll do that for you right now. You go to alert and just phone them and say, I need help. And they'll let you know what the process is. I think I mentioned that I had taken, we have a dog, 2 cats, and a hamster. And for a moment, I don't know if I mentioned this, but for a moment, the one outdoor cat, I thought he wasn't going to come with us. And I thought, what does that look like? Do we just leave him? I mean, not that we want to leave him, but if he's not going to come, and right away, because I was, when you have to evacuate your home, you're not necessarily thinking clearly. You're thinking about a lot of things, including your family, of course. But our neighbors who came with us helped. They went back to their house, got a carrier, corralled Prune, and put him in that. And I'm so glad we did. He's unhappy, but he's safe. And some people didn't have that opportunity. We didn't have flames. Other people did, and they didn't have a chance to get their pets. And I can feel for you how stressful that is. So again, if you call alert, that will help. I'm on the wrong page here. So anyway, I'm not gonna do any surfing on it, figure all that out in real time. So that Emergency Operations Center page has these kinds of links. I've just noticed that we've got to adjust it a little bit and move up the that temporary access permit. So it's one of the first things people find. We'll add the Voyant Alert link. So Voyant Alert will tell you if anything's changed with your alert, your order, or if you need to know about your property or any potential meetings to do with you specifically or your neighborhood. Once those assessments are completed, that's when a larger picture will be available, and that's when that information will be made available to the greater public with basically numbers of properties impacted and that kind of thing. But that information, if you think about it, it's more, well, it's interesting and it's good to know, and we're all interested. We have to consider the fact that it's really about the individual property owners. They're the ones who really need to know, and they will know. Alerts on there. Okay, good. Sorry, I'm scrolling quickly and trying to talk, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Real time. Awesome. I think those were the key things that I was trying to mention. And now that we're almost at 11 o'clock, I think I'll do a reset for people who may have stepped away and said, okay, this person said that we're going to talk about things at the top and bottom. So I'll do a reset. So stand by for just a minute. Probably should get something to drink. Someone here said to call community services in Penticton regarding donations. So good point. At the public meeting, sorry, I'm reading this to myself. At the public meeting on Monday, August 10th, Mayor Julius Bloomfield from Penticton mentioned that people were dropping off donations. That is fantastic. That is true. I did get up on the mic and mention that ideally what people do is they don't drop donations off at the reception center. So I hope that's clear. Don't drop them off at the reception center, please, because the reception center is intended to help evacuees. They have supplies, but those kinds of donations are managed separately. There is a community group at Okanagan College, which is the Penticton campus, and that's where you can drop off donations. And if I'm not mistaken, that information should be on this website here, the main one that I mentioned. And if it's not, I will ask our team to do that. So that's where you drop off physical donations. That's one place. Again, remember that there are many families who may have had to leave with little or nothing, no clothes, no supplies, nothing. They might be getting into some temporary housing if they've lost property. So they might need things like furniture, like clothing, whatever it may be. If there's any way through family, friends, you hear of somebody like that, my recommendation, and I'm just saying this personally because I know people who are impacted, would be to try to work to help people directly if you know them. If you just want to make a general donation of something, work with one of those community groups like the group that's set up at Okanagan College or a trusted source. And then if you want to make a donation, same thing. You know of many agencies that raise money during times like this to help people out. Locally, one that I do know of is the Community Foundation of South Okanagan. And so that's another one. And that I hope answers that question. Okay, it is just after 11 o'clock, and my name is Eric Thompson with the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and we're operating this live stream to provide current and accurate information throughout the day, to answer your questions, and to try to workshop what might not be working information-wise and any other way to try and get the information to the Emergency Operations Center or any of the partners to accurately address ongoing issues and make sure that you have the latest information. A little bit later on today at 6 o'clock local time, Pacific time, we don't know where people are watching. They may want to just tune in out of interest. They might have family or friends here. 6 o'clock is what we're talking about or targeting for every daily update. So we will be on through the day, top of the hour, bottom of the hour, trying to give you updates. But 6 o'clock will be our main update. Some days we'll be able to have partners such as BC Wildfire or RCMP or others, but most days or every day for sure when we're doing it at 6 o'clock. And I think we're going to be doing this for a while. I really do, because of the nature of this incident. It won't necessarily be me here, and I'm going to try and introduce you to some of the people I'm working with today, including Joanne and Kate, and ask them to step in to host not this live stream, because I don't think we can continue this all the time, but to host some of those updates at 6 o'clock, where they would basically facilitate the conversation along with some of the others here. And so having said that, we've also invited BC Wildfire to be here. We're looking at 2 o'clock, but I don't want to hold anybody to that because BC Wildfire is very, very busy, but we've held that spot open for them. And if we can do it at 2 o'clock, we will. I'm really interested to get a direct update from BC Wildfire, just as you are. I am an evacuee from Summerland, so knowing what the fire is doing and where it's going for me is really helpful, and obviously for anyone else watching and people just in the region. On that note, I want to remind you as well, if you live in this area, anywhere in BC, but especially close to a wildfire, there are evacuation orders, alerts, and then nothing. You're just in the area close to a fire. If you're in close proximity, especially if you're under an evacuation alert, please take the time now to get the information you need for one. So that might be talking to your insurance company and finding out, what happens if there is an incident and am I insured? And then to register and that kind of thing. So just go online to ess.gov.bc.ca and there's information in there about when you should register. Do you register if you're not on alert? What's the process? It's all that information's there, and there's a phone number as well. These are the current evacuation orders and alerts that are happening right now in this region. And these are being managed through this Emergency Operations Center. So we're partnering and supporting others in the area for this. I think what it's important is that if you are in one of these areas where you're not sure if you're in one of these areas, if you zoom in on the map, and I get the sense that our maps are very, very busy. I spoke with one of our IT representatives who brought me a screen grab. He actually sent it to me, and it showed how many people were accessing this map, and it went from very few to somewhere over 300,000 people who were looking at that map. And I think a lot of them are obviously, I've been doing it multiple times, but are people who were impacted, but also just people are interested. Someone's asking about West Bench. So I don't have news for West Bench because that's coming from BC Wildfire. So what I would recommend is go to the BC Wildfire website and take a look at the fire perimeter. You'll get a sense of where that fire is at. Specifics on where the fire is burning at any time are difficult. I can't give that information because I don't have it. But BC Wildfire provides that information, and they're not going to say this is exactly what it's doing, but they're going to talk about generally where they think the fire is moving and that type of thing. If anything has changed or changes, that's why it's important to sign up for Voyant Alert, because then if an alert is put in place, an evacuation alert or an evacuation order, you'll get notified right away. So as soon as that information is verified, it's sent out through Voyant Alert. It's posted on the website here. We would share it here live with you on this web live stream. So that's really important. So to answer your question, what's happening with West Bench? Nothing new that I know of. And where the fire is at in proximity is going to be BC Wildfire. Start with the map. We'll have an update for you at 2 and try and get as much information as we can. I'm just looking at this image that was sent to me here about our web stream, our map. And I think what I'll do here is see if I can share this screen to show you. Actually, I won't bother. I don't want to bore you with these details, but basically this map that I'm showing you right now had very few people visiting it until all of a sudden it's up to 376 views And that's a lot. 376,000 views of that map. So that means people are really checking it out. And it's really useful too, because again, you can zoom in, you can look at individual areas, and you can tell if you're on an alert or an order. And I think that's really helpful for people. The other thing that's important too is I don't ever want to think that what we're sharing here is going to be concerning people or stressing them out. What the information is meant to, I hope, make you feel better, give you some hope that there's people working on this, there's people there to provide help, that notice will be given as soon as something changes, if it changes, and you know, not to stress people out. And I think it's important for all of us to walk away once in a while and just not, you know, be absorbed by this. And I think probably a lot of you are probably better than me. So what's the backup plan if cell towers and the internet goes down? That is a very excellent point. And there are contingencies. I've had a chance to speak with the professionals in the emergency program about that. There is a system of radio operators in this area. And then there's, of course, search and rescue. Those people are all the boots on the ground, so to speak. And that's a way of, it's almost like a phone tree, because I heard that in some of the areas that are impacted by this wildfire that didn't have cell service, they had a phone tree per se in place, a system of being able to communicate with each other. So yeah, if communications go down, we have to start looking at radio systems. And that means then, you know, a radio system would go to an individual who would literally have to go out. In Tulameen, for example, they have a very large horn on the top of the fire department. And when that horn goes off, it's loud. And I asked the fire chief what that means. Do people know what it means? And it means that all first responders, firefighters, have to go to the fire hall. And secondly, if it stays on, it means you need to evacuate the area. But some people might not know that. So what they might do is head to the fire department, and that's where they'll get information. So if communications goes down, there are other ways to communicate, and it's not perfect. But what I would say, and I think this is the most important part, if you're looking outside and you see a fire that looks dangerous, head the other way. That's your chance. And I don't want to sound obvious. I think most people know this. Don't wait for someone to come knock on your door. If it looks dangerous, that's why you have your grab and go kit ready to go. If you think you're in danger, you can call 911, and if you can get through and you tell them whatever your situation is, if you feel you're in danger, alternatively, you head the other way. That is the time to go. Don't wait for someone. That's the answer. If cell service is down, radio service is down, and you or whatever it is, communications, and you're concerned, I would head the other way. Yeah, someone's here saying that that you can use a satellite connection to receive messages. Absolutely right. That's a very good point. If you have iOS or iPhone 14, I have one of those little units that the InReach, which can be useful for sending out messages and hitting the SOS button as well. Great, good chat. We've covered some pretty important stuff here. I don't know, for those of you who may have joined us, we talked about the process of assessing properties, and that's underway right now. Alert, Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team is out in the communities providing support to animals who were left behind. And you can phone alert, and you can find those links on the website, rdos.bc.ca, if you need some help. And then if you need your renewal for ESS, I want to remind you, if you're looking for a temporary access permit, remember that it's being triaged, starting with the most critical of needs to get back in, and areas where it is safe to get back in. Don't make a phone call, please. Don't call the phone number, because what they're simply going to tell you is what I'm going to tell you right now. Go to the website. Go to rdos.bc.ca, and there you will find this list here, and you'll find the link that will take you to the application form that you need. And that's how you can get that information. I'm going to take a short pause, and I'm going to go talk to the information section here and just review some of the things that notes that I made, making sure that Voyant is easy to find, making sure the link is there, and we'll even put the phone number so you don't even have to go to the website. And then also the donations. And the other one was moving up the item about temporary access permits. So I'll do that, and I'll see you back here at 11:30. Thanks for your Good morning. I'm Eric Thompson at the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and I'm really happy we can be together here online to talk about what's going on with the Bald Range wildfire. Got some notes here I was going to share, but anyway, I'm actually here to tell you that in just a few moments, call. So our 11:30 update will be right now. It'll be short and sweet, and then I'm going to go to that meeting because I want to see what the latest is. And basically, these meetings provide us with the latest situational awareness to reconfirm what our plans are for the next little while, going into the rest of the day. But I can tell you that here at the Emergency Operations Center for the live stream, we'll have an update for you at 6 o'clock. That'll be our update that brings together what's happened with the day and bring in some of the other professionals who are here. We're looking at bringing in our BC Wildfire crew, the partners, I should say, communications team, at a representative at approximately 2 o'clock. That's the invitation we've extended if they're available at that time. That's our goal for today. So it could be either side of that. If it changes, we'll let you know. But that'll be the latest on the BC Wildfire update. I have heard that people from the West Bench area, particularly Missoula Highlands, are looking for information. If there are no new updates, you won't hear any information. Basically, it's status quo. So, but I appreciate that people want to know that there's no change that I know of that I can share. And again, I don't speak for BC Wildfire, but nothing has come into my office or to here saying that there's any change to evacuation alerts or to orders. But again, keep an eye on the BC Wildfire website. If anything changes, you'll hear about it through Voyant Alert. You'll see it on these platforms and you'll hear it here. So that's basically the update. There is no update at this time on West Bench that I can provide for you. This operational update may be helpful. We'll see if there's any new information, and I can tell you if I hear anything, I'm going to come back with verified information that you need to know that we can share with you. If there's any change, you'll know about it right away by following the live stream. The goal will be to come back now for if anything changes, we're going to tell you right away. So breaking news, I guess, in the world of television news. But in the short term, my plan is to come back here at 12 o'clock and do a reset. I'm going to bring my colleague Joanne in. She is the information section lead today, and get a good sense of what she's hearing and what some of the key concerns are for today. Let's take a short break, and then I'll go to that meeting and come back, and I'll see you shortly. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Eric Thompson here at the Regional Emergency Operations Center. We're based in Penticton in St. Pinkton, and it is great to be with you. We have a 12 o'clock update standing by, up a briefing here in the Emergency Operations Center. And before I start this briefing, I did want to go out and just clarify a couple of things because I've been having some conversations and haven't been able to, the meeting is still on, so I don't want to start a briefing without the latest information to let you know. And I'll put that in the chat that we're going to get our briefing out at 12:15, just so that I can make sure I have the information that you need. So again, 12:15, it'll be just an update on whatever we know, whatever new information, if there is any, but just a reset of what we're looking at for the rest of the day and in through the week as well. And I can tell you right now, we do have a 6 o'clock update planned. That is for 6 o'clock this evening, local time, here in Penticton, in BC. And we'll at 6 o'clock, we'll have more information from the Emergency Operations Center, whatever the latest is for the day, and then an outlook for the next day or so, or a few days. And then also still looking ahead to 2 o'clock today for an update from BC Wildfire. We've got an invitation to them if they're able to join us right at 2. The time could change either way depending on their availability, but that is the plan right now. So I'm just going to mute and head out. And again, I'll be back for the update for the noon hour at 12:15. Thank you for your patience. So again, I was just looking at the comments. My name is Eric Thompson of the Regional Emergency Operations Center. This is our noon update, and we are on the YouTube live stream, and thank you very much for joining us. I don't have specifically new information. What I wanted to do is just a bit of a reset of what the day is going to look like and some of the key issues that we're managing today. One of them is many of the calls that were coming in, and it's kind of slowed down a little bit, but many of the calls that were coming into the call center, and that number is right there, 250-490-4225, were about temporary access permits, TAPs. The process, if you're looking for a TAP or a temporary access permit, is to go online. So rather than phone, if you go online to the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca, there you will find a link to the, I'm just going to go to that now, you'll find a link to the form that you have to fill out, that you're required to fill out. It's pretty straightforward. I think the most important thing here is that temporary access permits are being made available based on a certain criteria. And you do have to appreciate, because the fire is very active still, and because there is a triage type of system in place where only a certain number of people who with certain needs are being met to let people in. So you can't open up the entire city and off, or the town, or areas, including electoral areas. So basically the system works in that we're trying to get people in for the most critical needs first, and only where it's safe. So I hope that's clear on that one. When you fill out that form, which you will find here on the RDOS website, so you basically go to the main page, rdos.bc.ca, and you'll see the banner, latest Emergency Operations Center updates and resources. Click down there for learn more. And then what that will do is take you to this page that we've created that has all the most important links that you're going to need, a variety of them. Down here, you'll see the temporary access pass, it's being called, and you click on the link. Now, it's really important to know that that form that you fill out, don't do it more than once. Some people apparently filled out a bunch of them for the same issue. Don't do that, please. And also be aware of the fact that you will have to wait. And you can't fill this out and then show up at the check stop and hope to get in, because you need to have confirmation and you need to get your actual pass or permit to get through the check stop. Again, it's based on priority basis, based on critical needs and that type of thing. So please keep that in mind. You don't need to phone in, just go to the website and download that form. I can understand there may be people who are on their phone and don't have access to the computer. So there are other options for that. And I don't know about any computers set up. I didn't see any at the ESS reception center. But certainly if you go to a local library, or you know some friends or family who can help you out if you're not able to navigate it on the phone. So that's a temporary access pass. And then going back to this form, lots of good information here. If there was some sort of issue with your property, that process basically of assessing all the different properties is underway, and it continues. Now, if we start at, again, the critical situation and move along, anyone whose property is impacted in an area that's been assessed, was safe to assess, the process will go through. You'll be contacted by a voyant alert if your property is impacted, to let you know of a meeting for either yourself or a small group of your neighbors. I don't have the specifics, but that's the idea. Now, if you don't have voyant alert, then there are likely other ways that you'd be notified. But the idea is to notify people of the situation, have some small meetings, and then next steps from there. And then from there, the next step would be, again, if it's safe to get in there, and it likely would be at that point because there was an opportunity to actually assess the property, then there will be some sort of arrangements made for a tour of the site to get in and actually have eyes on, which I can appreciate is, if there was major damage, can be very, very challenging and an emotional time for people. So it has to be done in a way that's considerate of that. And I mentioned earlier that in 2003, I had a chance to take a media tour through an area that was impacted, and it was difficult to see. And you know, there will be some challenges for people. So, but the key is people just want to know, right? They want to see where that part of it for you for the temporary access pass. And please do be patient with the process. You know, we've heard a lot of comments about when can we get in. Well, there's no blanket statement. Each area is different. If you look at that map for BC Wildfire and you see where the the fire is. If your property is in an area where that fire is still very, very dangerous, then there's a good chance you're not going to be able to get in. If it's in an area that wasn't impacted, and then your property wasn't even impacted, then certainly there's a less likelihood that in the short term you're going to be able to get in there until that whole that's a sort of a secondary process of areas that are safe, allowing people to go in and maybe have a temporary visit. There's just so many steps right now, but the need is greater for people who may have lost property and want to know about it and want to be able to learn about what that means and see it. So that's where I think patience is key, and being respectful of the fact that if you want to go and see your property, maybe water your lawn or whatever, and I'm just using that as an example, versus somebody who needs to go in and see some serious damage. Crews and people have to be associated with all of that to make it happen and make it happen safely. So we may have to wait for our neighbor to manage their process, and then yours would come up after that. So patience is key. This website, again, the RDOS website, has a lot of information. So anywhere in the region that you live, you're going to find links that you can use. You're also going to find the map that I told you about earlier, that you've probably seen, that has the current evacuation alerts and orders. We've had some calls from West Bench, or comments here, people saying, I haven't seen any updates for West Bench. Well, that is because there's no new information about West Bench at this point. And normally what would happen, there's a new information release being prepared right now. I haven't had a chance to see the latest. Normally what will happen is on that, we'll tell you if there was any change. And if the word is no change, and to the best of my knowledge right now, there's no change, then that means that's the update. There's no update, there's no change to your property at this point. If you live in West Bench and the alert or orders that are in place anywhere have changed, then that's a whole different story. That will be communicated through Voyant Alert. So you get a message that will tell you what the status is, and then through these channels, we'll put it out, including the website. Let's see what else we've got. So temporary access permits, renewals. If you are receiving emergency support services and you're at that point where you're approaching the 72 hours and you want to renew, two options is you make a phone call to the number that you would have received, or you go to the reception center, please, which is at 273 Power Street at the Penticton Trade and Convention. So if you're looking to get your renewal, that's where you'd go, is to the Trade and Convention Center, or you can make a phone call and renew it that way. And if you're having any challenges with getting accommodations, ESS, the reception center, is where you can talk to volunteers to make that happen. And the latest I've heard is that I think there are still people waiting, but the system has certainly been bolstered by new volunteers coming in and addressing some of the delays earlier. But again, that was a lot to do with a lot of people in a short time looking for support. And I'm always interested to know, when people are critical of a situation like that, why did people have to wait? Didn't they plan ahead? Well, you have volunteers in place, but you only have so many volunteers. And let's use an example of a volunteer is a retired person who's going to donate their time or volunteer to go and help out. And there's only so many people, and you bring in all of them, and then you start bringing in new people. And you still, when you have thousands of people at one time, the nature of that is that there could be delays. And sometimes there's different reasons for that. There were some technical challenges with the website, and technology is difficult at the best of times. So again, I just urge you to please be patient. So ESS, renewals, and alert, Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team. Those volunteers have been active in the community in Summerland and electoral area F and around the region, going into areas that are under an evacuation order where it's safe, based on information that's come in from you, if you've called that number through alert, and you'll find that link on the RDOS website. If you call and let them know you have a concern about your animals, where they're located, anything that they need to know. And also, I'm going to hazard a guess. I don't have confirmation of this, but I know if that team is out and they're looking at animals that might need help, and they see animals in distress or anything like that, of course they're not going to ignore that. They're going to jump in right away and try and help out. So that's really, really important. Great message here. Big thank you to the firefighters from Mexico coming in to fight the fire. Absolutely. I'm hoping that they know how much everyone appreciates that support wherever firefighters are coming from. And those fire departments that are out there on structural protection, working with BC Wildfire Service and the other partners, they've come from far and wide, and they're also doing a great job. And they're away from their families now for a while, and they're working in some pretty difficult conditions, because just being outside right now, it is really smoky. So the smoke is one thing, but of course the fires themselves and the heat. So it's nice to hear. Kudos for the firefighters, all firefighters, but those coming in from Mexico as well. And I'm going to take a look on this site here. I just want to double check for mental health supports. I think during an incident like this, it's so important to keep that in mind. There are a lot of people who, I shouldn't say there are a lot of people. If there are people who don't have a lot of people in their lives, so maybe they're living alone and they don't have family and friends in the area, and they're listening to what's going on, and maybe they're getting stressed, or whatever the situation may be, maybe they're affected directly by this fire, you can talk to someone. There is always someone to talk to, and I think the mental health support lines that are out there are really important to keep in mind. And again, with this web page here, I'm just going to double check. I'm just going to scroll through real quick, but I'm going to go ask our team if they can put that link on here as well, because that's a really important one. Sometimes gets overlooked, and we don't want to do that. I think that's really all I have. Again, I'll reset at 12:30, because we've really tried to stick to the top of the hour, bottom of the hour. 6 o'clock, we'll have an update. That'll be our main update. It'll be myself and likely our EOC director, and we'll just talk about what the day looked like, what some of the key challenges are, and what we're looking at going ahead. We'll have an update from BC Wildfire at some point today, and aiming for 2 o'clock. That will be really important to get a sense of what the fire is doing. It's really when you're in it, you probably all have followed these wildfires around the province, and it's difficult when the fire is still very active to predict anything, when things are going to change, where the fire is going. And a lot of times it's hour to hour, day to day, and it really has a lot to do with what the winds are doing. And for some reason on here, the map's not loading for me, so I think I'll just close that. But I invite you to try it. Go to bcwildfire.ca. That's bcwildfire.ca, and just take a look at the information that's available there. There's some photos as well. And someone's asking about mental health support at the convention center. That is an excellent point. I believe there is, but I can't confirm that. If there wasn't somebody on site, there is information available to you on where you can find it. Thank you so much for that reminder. And if there isn't, we'll make sure there is, but I'm quite sure there is information there, and likely a person or people who can help at the convention center. I can't tell you how helpful it is to be able to get this kind of real-time information, because we can only think of so much ourselves, and we know what we believe people want, and when people tell us what they're looking for or suggest what people might be looking for, it's really, really helpful. So thank you so much for that. Again, if you've just joined us, this is the emergency update, the Regional Emergency Operations Center update for Tuesday, August 11th. I'm Eric Thompson with the Emergency Operations Center, and I'm in the information section working today. I feel like a flight attendant. That's usually what they'll do, is tell you who's on the flight with you. Well, who's with us? We have Kate, we have Tracy, who's joining us from CSRD, the Columbia Shuswap Regional District, which is incredible that she's come in to help us. We also have Natalie as well, and I'm hoping later on, they're very busy right now, but I'm hoping later on we can talk to Joanne. She's volunteered to come in and just give us an update, maybe a little window into what's happening behind the scenes. We also have a call center today. We have Michelle and Cynthia and Matt on the call center, and I've got to say this, you couldn't ask for better people to answer the phone. You'll see. You get Matt, you're going to say, wow, he seems like a nice gentleman. Cynthia, Michelle, same thing. Cynthia has been doing this type of work for a long time, and she's got a lot of experience with emergency support services as well. So that's the kind of person you want answering the phone. So I'm really proud to say we have her with us. We also then have Michelle voicemail and checking that. We've got a great system in place now, and it's really heartening to see that we have people like that who take care in what they do and providing us support, because when you've got a major emergency like this, things move fast. I'm going to do a very quick highlight of what we've been talking about today, what some of the key issues are. So I went to the call center, which is just behind me here in the Emergency Operations Center, and I said, what are some of the key issues? One of them was they needed a different headset. So we fixed that. And those kinds of things are really important. But as far as the public, what we've learned, I shouldn't call you the public, what people need is that there were a lot of people asking about those TAPs, the temporary access pass. So you don't need to phone in for that. You need to go to the website, rdos.bc.ca. That's where you'll get that information. And there's a link to a form you have to fill out. It's fairly straightforward. Could be some challenges if you have a phone only. So I highly recommend that if you're looking for a computer, look for a source where you can find what, if you can, maybe a library or something like that. And then, so that's the temporary access permit. You do need to be patient with the process and understand that it's being triaged based on critical and going from there. I would like to get back to my property. I've got some trees that I love. Planted them in honor of my mom. I can't water them. I don't want them to die, but there's nothing I can do about that right now. I'm not going to be able to go back. I hope I can go soon, but that's minor compared to what some of you were dealing with. You could have grapes. You could have animals. So if that's the case, and you just need to make a phone call to find out what that might look like, especially if it's something, major, like a bunch of freezers or something like that, I would encourage you to make that phone call and ask some questions, and we'll try to connect you with operations. But please be aware of the fact that the process is intended through that pass to provide that service. So rather than phone, if you can fill out the pass, and you can put in there whatever you need to. You might say this is critical, whatever you have to. But it's being triaged, and nobody's special in this case. It's just, let's get it done. Let's go where it's safe. Let's go to the critical infrastructure and along the list. So there's a process, and it might not always be perfect for you as far as the fact that you might have to wait. And I think that's really the key is public safety. We really want to keep everyone safe, of course. And so that's the passes. Renewals for emergency support services. Make the phone call if you need to renew. You'll have the information if you've got support services. ESS would have given it to you. And then if not, you can go on ess.gov.bc.ca. So go to the ESS website, ess.gov.bc.ca. Any of these things, I appreciate I sometimes talk fast, but any of this information you will find on the RDOS website. And I'm just going to stand right like that and just point to that website right there. RDOS.bc.ca. And that stands for the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. We are a regional emergency operations center. That's why someone who might live in Summerland would need to come to this website. We're operating on behalf of the region. We're trying to provide easy links to find the information that you need. Emergencies have happened many times before in this area. We know what to expect. So that's what we're doing. Someone's talking on the chat here about the government app. You can add it to your phone, and VC Services card is important, and that's how that all links in. Technology is troubling that way, I think, for some people because they don't use technology, and it can be hard, and I appreciate that. And that's where the reception center can come in. If you need to just physically go in there and talk to somebody and see if they can help you with some of that, that's, I think, really important. Government resources mobilized from Ottawa. I haven't heard directly here from the EOC, and I can't confirm anything there, but I did hear in the media talk of potentially something happening. But again, that to me is not a verified source. Not that nothing against the media, but I'm sure they have verified that source, but I can't speak to it because I'm speaking secondhand. But I know that during emergencies, Ottawa is very always, same with Victoria, always very aware of what's going on and the fact that there could be some need for larger resources should it be required. So I can't speak to that directly, but I think it's a really important question. I don't think I have any other information specifically that I'd like to share with you, although if you do go to the RDOS website, you will find the latest information release when it's available. And that is going to be just an update. Again, if you live in any areas around here and you're wondering about the fire and you haven't heard anything directly, if no one contacts you through Voyant Alert, that means that nothing has changed. If there is an alert or an order in your area, you will receive a Voyant Alert if you signed up, a message via phone, email, or text, or you can read about it. If you don't have that app, you can find out the latest here on the website. You might want to just keep checking the website. Anything that's new or changing will be there, but also just regular updates. And I have heard people say they haven't heard updates specifically. Here, I'm trying to continually mention some of those areas, but any area that you're in and you haven't heard anything is because it's status quo. Nothing has changed, but we can confirm for you right now that's the case. No word means no change, but I can appreciate people want verification of that it hasn't changed, and maybe they didn't, maybe they missed something. Well, to not miss things, sign up for that Voyant alert. It's a notification system. Someone was asking earlier on the chat about the difference between alertable and Voyant. Two different systems providing the same type of service. Let's say, for example, you live in a community that has alertable, and I believe Columbia Shuswap Regional District has alertable. Well, you can sign up, and nobody wants a bunch of apps, but you can sign up for the other service to get information about another area. So say, for example, you lived in Salmon Arm, and you have to sign up locally for alertable, but you have property, or you're interested in alerts for Penticton because maybe you have family or friends here, or you're vacationing here or whatever. You can sign up, put a pin in Penticton, wherever it may be, and then you'll, on your phone somewhere, you'll get notifications about whichever area. Also the same with the coast. People who live on the coast or in Alberta or somewhere else, but maybe come here a lot or have family here or have property here, they could sign up for Voyant Alert. And then if something changes in this area, they'll be alerted, which can be really helpful for someone who's on the coast if their property is impacted, or maybe they're keeping an eye on their elderly parents or something like that. That can be really helpful. It says here, conflicting information. Should people who leave their homes in alert areas put something on their door for first responders, or is that a theft issue? So that is during an order. If your property is on order, there is nothing that you need to do specifically, other than if you look on the RDOS website, there is a list of information on what you should do in the event of an evacuation alert or an evacuation order. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the items for an order is that you should turn the gas off. Let's see. So this is for an evacuation order. Means you must leave the area immediately. Shut off the gas. Oh, I better take this call here in a second. Shut off the gas and electrical appliances other than refrigerators or freezers. You don't want to turn those off. And then if search and rescue has gone to your home during a tactical evacuation where they have to get people out, they may put something on your door to show that the house is clear. But I haven't heard the other way. I'm going to have to take a short break and take a couple of calls. I'm trying to manage the other part of my job, and I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I think we've covered all the key points. I'll be back in just a moment. Hello again. Welcome to the Regional Emergency Operations Center. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm going to go to our 1 o'clock update in about 5 minutes. I'm just working on a couple of things, and right now I'm actually at my computer here to get some information that has been requested by a colleague, and this, as well as our YouTube live stream EOC information update studio, is my desk. So I'm just getting some information. I don't have any new updates for you that I can share at 1 o'clock specifically, other than the fact that we have just confirmed BC Wildfire. BC Wildfire service will be here. The information section will be here at 2 o'clock. So we're recording this on Tuesday, August 11th, and we'll have information representative from the BC Wildfire Service here for an update on the wildfire at 2 o'clock. And then we're also planning our update, our larger update with some other members of this team at 6 o'clock this evening, and that'll be here on the live stream. So I'm just going to mute my computer here in a second and get this information that I need for my colleague, and then I'll come back in just a few minutes after that and provide a little bit more information. So just stand by, please. Hello again, I'm Eric Thompson from the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and this is our 1 o'clock hour update, and a little different, nothing new to report at the moment. Interesting comment here. We did hear from somebody who's asking if anyone's monitoring boat traffic. It really is something where we're trying to rely on people to make the right decision and not be on the water where helicopters or aircraft may be. And I'm sure RCMP will be aware of it, but it's unfortunate if people don't pay attention to that. So if you do know anyone that has a boat that's going to be out in the water, do be careful. Stay off the water if you can. If you are on the water, be aware of the aircraft and stay to the edges. Stay away from the main area where they might be working. Also, we will have an update at 2 o'clock here on this live stream with BC Wildfire. So we'll have a representative from BC Wildfire Service. And as we do in an emergency operations center, we start to rotate staff out like me, especially in my case where I've been a little bit more present than often. People are probably getting a little tired of me, and that's okay. I'm getting tired of being here every single day, in the sense that I probably need to take a bit of time off, spend more time with my family, which would be amazing. So luckily for us, we have other people, and this person I'm going to introduce you to is Joanne Millar, my coworker in the communications department. Hello, Joanne.
Hello.
Joanne's just back from a trip with her family, and she is also from Summerland and on evacuation order.
Yes, correct. I was out in Regina for my son's basketball tournament when the whole fire started. So I've been watching it with a broken heart from a distance. Traveled 2.5 days back to get in last night. Thankfully, a family took my whole family in, 5 of us and a dog, and reported this morning to the EOC, and here to help.
So quickly, how did the basketball tournament go?
My son plays for Team BC basketball, Mateo Ducek, and they got a bronze medal at nationals. So a little bit of a happy story amongst some hard times for all of us.
Yeah. Okay, so one final point then. So you've come home to not be able to go home. So you had to go right to staying at the place you're at. And what was that like? Challenging?
It's quite emotional, and your heart is with everyone, and sometimes it's hard from a distance. And I was thankful my neighbors were able to go into my house and get my important documents.
Oh, wow.
All of us know we're a tight-knit community. We got that out, and that was all we were able to salvage from our house to bring with us. So we were fortunate that we had already packed up for a week. So I'm in my vacation clothes as we speak.
That's a really interesting point. I hadn't thought of that. Making arrangements in case you're away and an incident happens, having a trusted person be able to go into your house to get those papers. Did they know where they were?
We were on the phone with them, and we thankfully had a code to get into our house, so that was easy.
Yeah.
And like you said, our neighbors are trusted friends, and they really helped us out. Actually, they evacuated to Lethbridge, and we met them in Lethbridge on the way back to Penticton here to gather our important documents. And our dog was being adopted by another family for the week, so they were evacuated as well. They took their dog and their trailer and my dog to the SOEC parking lot, where they stayed overnight in a trailer, and then they were able to get him to another family. So all of us have stories. We're in it with you, and we're here to help.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I wanted to mention, I'm getting a text here from a member of the media who's asking if there's any word on the RDOS update today. We are having our update at 6 o'clock today, and that update is meant to provide some of the information that we're going to talk about here in a moment. And then 2 o'clock BC Wildfire. So if media are watching, that's what we're doing. You're working with the call center, and I understand a lot of calls coming in about the temporary access pass, and people need to just simply go online and click on the link.
Yes, they just need to put in all their information. They do have to be patient. They will receive a phone call back. You don't need to keep filling out the form or keep calling. Just know that if you filled out the paperwork online, the required information, you will get a call back.
Okay. What else are you hearing today? Is there anything that jumps to mind for you? Because you're coming into this with fresh eyes, and that's probably a good thing. And as an evacuee as well, do you find that you're getting the information you need for emergency support services, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody, I know because I work for the RDOS, that we always go to our website for all the latest information and the source of truth. So I've been doing that. The live update last night, watching Eric lead that and moderate that, was amazing to have all the different mayors and our Indigenous communities with the chief speaking. It was so helpful. We were on the road in and out of cell service, and we were tuned in, my whole family in the car. So we look forward to, as we were able to do that, continue to do that. But yeah, just I'm actually issuing our update information release. It's going to be posted as soon as I'm off here on the camera, so people can look to that. But basically, there's no new information at this time. But to stay tuned, we're always going to be updating as things evolve.
I've really enjoyed this live stream, and when we continue on, I don't necessarily know if we're going to keep the live stream to this extent, but if everyone's okay with it and you're comfortable, we'd love to throw you in. But I think for us, to sustain this much content is difficult, but to have live updates, maybe fewer updates, like at 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock and those things, but we'd absolutely love you to help with that. But today, Joanne is the information section lead, which means that while we're on camera here providing this information, she's leading the team out there. What have you found to be, for members of the public and the kind of information people are looking for, other than the temporary access permits and then ESS, what do you think the other biggest challenge is right now that people are looking for, or their biggest concern?
Well, I feel like the temporary access permit is the big one. I think everyone is just really staying tuned to when are we going to find out more information about highway access, getting back home. And right now we don't have that information, but you will be, if you're tuned in now, you are tuned into the right place. We're going to continually having updates. And I just want to share, I have worked previously for the District of Summerland and for the City of Penticton, and coming in here today, the colleagues that are all here together here at our EOC has been phenomenal. We're all working together. A lot of us know each other from our lives crossing in many different ways. And we're really doing our best behind the scenes to get all the accurate information out to you.
Excellent. Anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to say that what you've been doing is I've had, when I was on the road, I had so many people tuning in. I think this is the first of its kind that I know of, this live information that we're trying to get out. And I know for me on the road, tuning into you was amazing. And even though we're not perfect in this, I'm not a professional broadcaster this way, but we'll do our best, and we're real people that are living it with you, that will continue to do our best to relay this information live, because I feel that it's helpful for people to see real people talking in real time.
Yeah, I think it's amazing, and I think it's great that you're here as well as the other team. So introduce some new faces and keep the information flowing is the key.
Absolutely.
Joanne, thank you so much, and I'm really glad you're back here to help us out.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. That's Joanne Millar, and this feels like a TV show all of a sudden, because Joanne actually used to work in television. I won't get into the details now, but that's fantastic. And I really, for you, if you're an evacuee or someone who's just looking for information about this fire, to know that there are people who are real people who are impacted by this emergency, who care about the situation, I think really helps. And so I'm glad Joanne was able to join us here, and you'll be seeing a lot more of her. I know one of the media people were looking for an interview, and I think they wanted maybe a different face, and I'm absolutely okay with that. I think I've put in some good time. But what we will do in the meantime is throughout today, at least anyway, we'll continue with these updates at the top and the bottom of the hour to the best of our ability. But 2 o'clock is when we'll have our update with the BC Wildfire Service. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll have a larger update. We won't have the partners here, BC Wildfire Service. We'll do the 2 o'clock. We won't have our CMP at the 6 o'clock, but what we will have is members of the EOC team, the Emergency Operations Center that we're in right now. And we'll tell you what we know, see where things are at. At 1:30, I'll come back and we'll do a bit of a reset and talk a bit more about the key issues that have come up. And you probably know what they are. If you've been watching, you know what they are. If you are finding that there's information you can't find, if you're talking to family or friends, or if you happen to be in some of the Facebook groups where people are saying, I'm not getting information, please let them know. RDOS, we're trying to simplify it. So it really is rdos.bc.ca for information regionally, including people in Summerland. Lots of links there for resources. I've shown you the page that you'll find in that top banner. So that's where you get links to a lot of information, including that temporary access permit. I think it's important to remember that temporary access permit is being handed out based on critical need, and then going through that list. Who needs to get in? Lots of us do need to get into our property for other reasons, but if we can start with critical need first, that's what we have to do. And then keep in mind safety. If you haven't had a chance yet, go to the BC Wildfire website and see what that fire perimeter looks like. It's pretty big, but BC Wildfire is doing a great job with the partners and the visiting fire departments, local fire departments, to keep us all safe. I'm going to take a very short break. Oh, hold on a second. The only thing you're not seeing much of is, oh, thank you so much for reminding us about that. I really do appreciate it. West Kelowna. I haven't talked a lot about West Kelowna because a lot of the people who were impacted by this wildfire went south. They went to Penticton or other places. There certainly were people who've gone north and are being helped in West Kelowna. So anybody up in that area who's is not able to get home, first of all, thank you to the local volunteers and the RDCO, Regional District of Central Okanagan, and everyone in that area. And I do apologize that I haven't talked much about that, but I don't have a lot of information on that, and it's not in our jurisdiction. So that doesn't mean we can't say thank you and recognize that anybody from this area who is not able to get home, if you are having challenges getting supports or if you need more information about how you might get home and when, then don't hesitate to check the website or make that phone call to the Emergency Operations Center at 250-490-4225. And as far as the highway goes, drivebc.ca. If anything changes with the highway, we'll certainly, once we get that information from Drive BC, from the province, we'll pass it along. They'll pass it along through all of their channels as well. We might find out potentially around the same time you find out as far as that website and things changing. But of course, the RDOS Emergency Operations Center, the Regional Emergency Operations Center, will be involved in the conversations. And as soon as anything changes, we'll let you know. And someone said they don't have a duplicate. Someone's asking if there's a duplicate live stream coming from there. Normally, people aren't doing live streams, and I do apologize if I've created something that is an unrealistic expectation. This live stream started for two reasons. The most important reason was that when this wildfire broke out, it got big very quickly. When I ended up in the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, right at the start, I was by myself for the first bit, and then all of a sudden we started bringing in more staff, and not all of a sudden. But regardless of how many people we had here, you can only get information out so fast. Can you imagine typing out an information release and pushing a button, and then the only information you're getting, other than an alert or an order that just says you got to get out, is through a written form posted on a website. So normally with these types of events, you might do a media briefing and you have to organize it and bring in people. But I asked our director, the EOC director, Deborah Jones-Middleton, I said, I think we should go live on YouTube. And she pretty much had the same idea. She said, do it. We need to get information out in real time, especially because that wildfire was moving so quickly and there was talk of people being trapped. So that's why we started this. And now we're keeping it going because we can. Why not? And the feedback has been good because this real-time back and forth. And what I'm really heartened by is the conversation now is sticking to the facts and sticking to information and sticking to questions. It's not that social media that you hear about where people are just back and forth and negative. Like, that's a whole different conversation for another place and not here. And what's good about this is that it's focused on need. What do you need? What's going on? And then some community as well. Some thank you to the firefighters. Thank you to the volunteers. And when people are reminding me of that, I really do appreciate that. And a counterpoint to social media conspiracy, 100%. There's misinformation. We heard about it. The media's heard about it. What we need to do is not amplify it and stop and ask the question and find out and verify it. And we verify that something's not right and we've read about it, then let's tell people about it, and then let's not talk about it anymore. Those people, and the people who are talking about it, I think what happens on social media is that it's like anything. It's like alcohol. Well, and there's probably a bad example, but people can use it responsibly or they can use it not responsibly. And I feel social media is like that. There's people using it for good. I don't use a lot of social media. I have a private account on one particular platform that I use just to keep in touch with family and friends. And I absolutely love that. I've seen people I haven't talked to for years, and one day I see them in person and I go, oh, how is your graduation? Because I found out about it through social media. I'm going off topic here, but that's where I think this source, I'm pointing at the feed, the conversation we're having, can be really useful because we can tackle some of these issues head on and say, no, that's not correct. And if you have some information you're hearing and you want to ask about whether it's true or not, from here we can only know what we know. But we can tell you where you can probably find information about what we can talk about. We often talk in government about staying in our lane, and that's what we like to do. And that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to stop talking about social media. I'm going to take just a quick break, and I'm going to come back in about 2 minutes, and we'll do our 1:30 update. And I'll remind you again that at 2 o'clock, we do have our BC wildfire update, and I'm really looking forward to that. Thank you. Comment on the stream here. We appreciate that you are providing correct, capitalized information to thousands of people who need it. Well, thank you, and I'm really glad to do that. And according to my feed here, we have 200. We just lost somebody. We have 299 current viewers. So hopefully they're getting what they need. There's a good chance that people are also watching the tape. Someone says, please give us the 2 or 3 reliable sites. Okay, you know what? I guess I'm not going to get a break. That's okay. I think I have juice here. I'm drinking a juice box because I grabbed that this morning before I left. Okay, let's do that. You asked for it. I'm going to give you some reliable sites. One of them is the one behind me, and that is RDOS.bc.ca. And that is the RDOS website. And it's really important to know that that is for people in this region. So including anyone in Summerland who's looking for information. And this is another one. I'm going to put this one in here. So this is the regional map now for all of the active within the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen within this region, which is 10,000 square kilometers. I'm going to put that right there. This is the map. So you'll see the current evacuation alerts and orders. I'm going to unpin this other one that I had on here. So the map, you can zoom in on it. You can take a look at what the order is about, what area it covers. So that's one. And why don't I pin that one? That's probably a good idea. And then the one behind me, that's the RDOS website. Replace pin message. There we go. Then what else have we got? We've got the BC Wildfire Service website. I was having trouble loading the map earlier, but I think that might have been my computer thing. So bcwildfire.ca. That's where you get the latest on the wildfire. And right now, according to this map, it's at 15,590 hectares, but just refreshed. Let's see if it's changed. It's at 17,802 hectares now. And that's as of 11:58 this morning. BC Wildfire will be here at 2 o'clock to provide an update here on the Regional Emergency Center live stream. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll have another update. We're trying to wrap up the day and look ahead to what the evening and tomorrow looks like, and any new information if it does become available. Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing. There we go. I think it causes my poor computer to get stressed out. Excellent point. I agree. I haven't talked a lot about insurance. Contact your insurance broker. If you're under an evacuation order, your property, or if you're in an alert zone, if your property is on an evacuation alert, please contact your insurance broker. Find out what you need to know. If you're not within any of those areas, you can also do the same. Find out what your coverage looks like. If you are on evacuation order and you have the proper insurance for your home, there's a very good chance that insurance will include, and I'm not speaking on behalf of insurance agencies, giving you general information that I've heard many times from many people, that there's a chance that you will be covered for that order. And that means then that you wouldn't necessarily be getting emergency support services, because that's intended to provide help for people who need it most. But let's just say, and I've used this as an example, and maybe somebody from the insurance industry can talk about that. It's midnight, you're out of your house, you don't have any money, you don't have funds available, or whatever it is, and you're going to contact your insurance agency and try and get some funds to help out, but you need short-term support, and you go to ESS. ESS, Emergency Support Services, will tell you if you qualify and will likely help you, and no one's going to turn you away from a reception center where you need accommodation, that kind of thing. So at the very basic, ESS is going to help you get the support you need in the short term. It might not be money, but it could be accommodation, that kind of thing. And again, I don't want to get into the details because that's not my area of expertise, but contact your insurance broker while you have an opportunity now if you're on alert or you're in an area that potentially could be on alert at some point. I just wanted to say too, on the BC Wildfire website, you will see links and information about the orders and alerts that are in place for local governments, and the RDOS is no different. When a local government first issues an evacuation alert or order, they put it out through many ways. One of them is through Voyant Alert. Then it gets posted on the website. Others, like BC Wildfire or Emergency Info BC, will post it, but it might be a little bit later on because they're managing their website. They're just providing the courtesy of those links. So that's really helpful. Graham Stat, I believe, are you going to come in and join us, or are we just coming to say hi? Sure, that would be great. We've had a couple different voices in here today. Graham is one of them, but we had Joanne Millar in here. She's going to help provide a different look.
Yes.
than what we provide.
Diversity.
I'll get you to stand up here a little bit closer if you don't mind. So Graham is, in addition to being the CAO of the District of Summerland, he's also one of our directors here with the Emergency Operations Center. We've taught Graham a lot about the temporary access pass, and I think the process where you go online and fill out the form, that part of it works, but where people may get frustrated is they may have to wait because I hate to use that term triage, but that's really what you're doing, starting with the critical needs first.
Yeah, that's right. So if you've gone online and you've done it, a lot of times, depending on how you filled out that form, what your needs are, there's still that check back. We need to verify various things with you. That could take time.
Yeah.
I think we've done well to get people in beds now. We had that expedited process with the additional help. A big shout out to Rotary, actually, Summerland Penticton and area Rotary that helped us process a lot of those forms as a volunteer organization.
Yeah, there's a question here about Okanagan Lake Park. So there's north and south, and wondering about power. I don't have any information, and we haven't heard about power there. We know they're closed, of course, but have you heard anything about power?
I haven't heard anything about power there, which means there's probably no power there.
Okay.
I've been getting quick updates on all areas of power. I could tell you within Summerland, we're probably about 90% of the power turned back on now.
Okay, that's good news.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about the landfill?
Yeah.
Okay. The landfill, there's a fire there. That's never a good thing when there's a fire in the landfill, and I'm going to guess you don't have a lot of intel on it. But their community needs to get prepared that could cause some disruption for a while.
Yeah. So, it's a good question, and it's something that we're certainly looking at right now actively. The first thing about landfill fire is BC Wildfire doesn't fight landfill fire. They just do wood fires. And so we're our guys in terms of the fire departments all around, and also the Summerland fire departments that have come to help us structure fire specialists are on that landfill fire right now and making good progress. The challenge with it, of course, and I think it does create some environmental concern depending what's burning, that air quality. And we are monitoring really closely for that. And we will ensure that we don't let anybody go back into any area that has any kind of, impact from that. That being said, the broader area, it shouldn't be a concern at this time. That's really confined to the Summerland area and very specific areas of Summerland in terms of that garbage burning.
Have you had crews out working on any down power poles? If there are down power poles?
We have. In fact, day and night, we're running 24 hours now. So there's the Summerland utility. We own our own utility. Penticton has come along with their utility to help. BC Hydro and Fortis, all of us are out there getting power back up. And like I say, that's why we've been able to. It's not just power back up, I should clarify. So when we talk about first responders, these are wildfire specialists. They can't cross power lines that are down on the ground. Even if we've told them there's no power in them, they can't due to their operating procedures. And so we still need power crews even to remove power lines safely to ensure that they have access to the fire areas. So it's both restoring power, getting utility infrastructure back up in place, and ensuring that we have access for our hardworking wildfire crews.
We're going to have an update at 2 o'clock from BC Wildfire Service. We're also going to have an update at 6 o'clock. But if you can, just quickly before you go, because I know you're going back to your office to do more of what you've been doing, can you give us an idea of what the next operational period over the next 24 hours, what your focus will be as one of the directors here in the EOC?
Yeah. So our big focus right now is rapid damage assessments. We're doing rapid damage assessments now in the Trout Creek area, and I believe also most of North Beach. That's a really important thing because now that we have access to some of these areas, from BC Wildfire, we can get in there and do rapid damage. This allows us to understand where areas are safe for the public. It's another check mark as we work down our list of things that need to be in play before we can do reentry. Reentry planning, staged reentry planning is alive and well. I'm getting a briefing here in the next 45 minutes on that. And of course, the ongoing priority of getting special access on a permanent basis. We're seeing those now moving through in good batches quite quickly, again, working down that pyramid of priority. That's all of our key priorities at this time.
Okay, I'm going to leave you with this before you go. There's a comment here about one of the campsites at Okanagan. There's North and South Okanagan Lake Park. There was a fire there a few years ago where this happened, where people had to leave quickly. They had to leave things behind. So people are wondering about the condition of that park. I don't know if you have any information on that. I know that'll probably come from BC Wildfire, but access to get those trailers out will be a priority for some people, but challenging at the moment.
Yeah. All I can say is that I don't know a specific status update associated with that park or its condition or its condition of contents in that park. But when I see fire maps, there's fire activity that has occurred all the way along the highway, all the way up to Greta Ranch. You know, the extent of that fire and how impactful it might be, and did the things go into parks, will have to be determined when we can actually get in there ourselves and see that.
And that's through those rapid damage assessments.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
Graham, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your candid comments. It's really helpful for people. It's helpful for me. I'm learning information.
Thanks everybody for keeping an eye on the latest and for your patience out there.
Thanks a lot.
And thanks for what you're doing.
Hey, no, happy to be here. That's Graham Statt. He is one of the directors here in the Regional Emergency Operations Center and also the CEO of the District of Summerland. Let's see. So information from BC Parks. Now, what's really interesting is those campgrounds are part of BC Parks. BC Parks likely wouldn't have a lot of information because, as Graham was saying, the area is closed off right now, and rapid damage assessments need to be done. That means it needs to be safe for people to get in there to get that information. Going to take a short break, and we are coming back shortly. Just looking at the time, they're 1:40. Maybe back sooner than later, but I'm not sure. But definitely 2 o'clock. Hopefully our guests will be here in just a moment. I'll go talk to them from BC Wildfire. So we'll have a wildfire update at 2 o'clock. And as I look right now at this BC Wildfire map, I'm going to leave you with that. I'm going to put that on the share screen. 17,802 hectares for the Bald Range wildfire, and that's as of 11:58 this morning. And the situation continues, and we'll do our very best to keep you updated and to have a conversation along the way so that we can take away some of the stress and give you as much information, give you some hope too, because that's what we need in a time like this. I'm out on evacuation order. Graham is, Joanne, who you heard from earlier, lots of us. So we're in it with you, which makes this a really unique situation, but it also, it adds a little different to it, a different element to it. Someone's telling me to get some water. I'm going to go do that. Talk to you soon. Good afternoon. Welcome to our 2 o'clock update here at the Regional Emergency Operations Center. I'm Eric Thompson, and we'll have BC Wildfire Service join us in just a moment for a quick update on the Bald Range wildfire. We now have 11 evacuation orders in place for this wildfire, 7 evacuation alerts. You can get the latest information on the BC Wildfire website. That's at bcwildfire.ca. And in just a few moments, we're going to be joined by Erin Catherall. And did I say your name right?
Yeah.
I did, Catherall. And she is going to join it. Where are you joining us from, by the way? Are you coming from Kamloops or?
I'm coming from Summerland. Like personally?
Yeah.
Coming from the Lower Mainland.
Lower Mainland.
Yeah.
All right. And you're staged in the area for the wildfire, so you can come on in whenever you want. What I'm going to do, if you don't mind, is I'm just going to step out of here because I think our friends in the media might want to take some interview. You know, they'll use your shots of you talking with the wildfire update. So if you want to come on over here and
Is it the
we're live right now.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. We are live. I just don't want to be in the shot because I know our friends in the media like to get use this for the news. And anyway, so Erin's going to come in just a moment. She's going to talk a little bit about the wildfire. I may throw a few questions at you.
Sure. Yeah.
This wildfire, as I mentioned, I went onto the website and I noticed that it's at 17,802 hectares. So if you want to set up here, you're welcome to it.
Yeah.
And we'll just move that out of the way. And if you need to use the map, if you want to take a look at it, I'm not going to share screen right now because I think it'll slow down our feed. And also people would like to see you, but if there's anything you need there, just help yourself and click away. So again, this is Erin Catherall. Erin is with the BC Wildfire Service, and she's going to give us a quick update, and we'll see what the latest information is. We do have a briefing or another information session scheduled, a little more in-depth one. We won't have BC Wildfire there or any partners, but we'll have our EOC briefing, the Regional Emergency Operations Center. That one's coming up at 6 o'clock this evening. And a reminder, if you're looking for any information about this wildfire, there's the website there, rdos.bc.ca. And with that, sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. I'm just gonna.
And I'll get out of the way here.
No problem.
Hi everyone, just bear with me a quick second while we get set up.
I just want to double check while you're doing that, if the audio is okay, if you want to just do an audio check for us. Make sure, so this, you know what I'm going to do if you don't mind, so I'm going to move this over here and then we'll know that the audio is picking up. There we go.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone, my name is Erin Catherall. I'm a fire information officer on the Bald Range wildfire. We're currently situated, our incident command post in the Summerland arena. We are currently in the works of setting up a camp, which all the crews and incident command team will be positioned at. So in terms of updates for today, we have, crews are continuing to work 24/7. We have 99 firefighters on, just bear with me quickly here. I'm just gonna. Okay, so apologies about that. In terms of our personnel that are on the fire today, we have 193 firefighters that are working on the line. There is 14 helicopters, 36 pieces of heavy equipment, and we have over 120 structure protection personnel with associated apparatuses on site today. We also have, sorry, I just have to bear with me one quick second here. Okay, apologies. We'll start again. Today we have 196 firefighters on site, 147 structure protection personnel that are working in the area with their apparatuses. We also have 14 helicopters, 36 pieces of heavy equipment, and an incident command team, which is comprised of 30 personnel. In terms of an update from yesterday, we saw about 500 to 2 kilometers of growth across the incident. This was mostly contributed to by northwest winds, which did increase fire activity, as well as clear skies. So I know we've been talking about this a lot. Even though, experiencing the smoke is very unpleasant, it actually helps to reduce fire activity because we're not getting those intense temperatures. So yesterday we did see a little bit more blue sky and improved visibility, which did contribute to increase in fire activity. We had crews yesterday continuing to work in the Garnet drainage system, reinforcing handguard. Heavy equipment also put in approximately 14 kilometers worth of machine guard, and crews continue to put in handguard as well. We did see increased fire activity in the Fish Lake Road area, where crews actioned several areas of concern. We had skimmers in the area as well. In terms of activity overnight, the clear skies did contribute to increased fire activity, which you'll see in the increased size of 15,590 hectares. Today, smoke coverage remains an important factor. There's two sort of possibilities that may happen with the weather. So with having the current wind conditions, we may see some of the smoke actually from other surrounding fires in the Nicola area coming over our fire, which would help to reduce some of the fire activity. However, instability within the atmosphere may actually push out some of the smoke, which could result in an increase in fire activity. So it's really going to be dependent on those winds and where it takes surrounding smoke to the incident. In terms of what the objectives are for today, we had 100 Mexican firefighters arrive last night. They are on site today, which has brought up the firefighting total to 193 for working on the fire today. Crews are continuing to establish contingency lines in the Meadow Valley areas, as well as reestablish an anchor point following yesterday's fire activity. Heavy equipment continues to build machine guard. We have firefighters, structural protection personnel, and heavy equipment and helicopters in the area that are working to assess impacts as conditions safely allow.
With that, Aaron, I'm just going to ask you a few questions off camera here. What can you tell us about this wildfire now as far as that growth from earlier where it was at, I believe it was 15,000 hectares, now it's up to...
Yeah, so we did see a little bit of growth since last night. The fire did grow from 15,590 hectares to 17,802 hectares. So that was contributed mostly from the winds that we saw in the area that increased fire behavior.
Hugh Murdoch at our posting at our event the other night mentioned that we haven't really seen a significant wind event during this fire. Is that still the case? I mean, we're seeing some winds, but we haven't seen a significant wind event. Is that expected? Do you know? I mean, I know it could be speculative, but.
Yeah, in terms of what we're expecting for winds today, we are expecting a shift to northeasterly winds this morning, moving to northwesterly by the afternoon with gusts up to 20 kilometers an hour. But we are expecting calmer winds this evening. That said, we are anticipating some atmospheric instability both today and more so tomorrow. And that instability will really dictate what the smoke looks like. So as mentioned before, we potentially could have smoke from surrounding fires that are elsewhere in the province settling in this area, which is actually a good thing. It will help to reduce temperatures because the sun isn't able to directly hit the fuels. However, with that instability, we could potentially see some blue skies in parts of the fire, which would result in increased fire behavior.
Is that because of the increased temperature?
That's correct. So when we start to see blue skies and the smoke is moving out from the area, that allows for more direct solar to the fuels on the ground, which results in an increase in fire behavior.
I want to ask you a question that I think borders on weather systems, so I appreciate if you can't answer it, but when we hear that large wildfires create their own weather system, did we see that or have we seen that with this fire, and do you anticipate that that could be an issue?
Yeah, so when the fire started on Friday, that wasn't a result of a weather event. That was just due to the current fuels in the area and the hot, dry conditions. So that's something that we're really wanting to get the message out there. What we're seeing is strictly from the current landscape and the temperatures. We haven't hit a major weather event. So this is super critical that people that are in the backcountry are incredibly diligent. We cannot afford another fire start. We have a huge amount of resources that have been allocated to this incident. As mentioned on the media briefing today, there's a lot of wildfires throughout the province, and we really do not want to divert critical resources away to responding to any human-caused fires.
If you're able to look ahead over the next 24 hours on this fire, do you have an idea of what the focus will be on for your crew, what your critical areas of interest will be?
Yeah, so in terms of the objectives for today, we are going to have crews establishing contingency lines in the Fish Lake and Meadow Valley areas, Fish Lake Road, and working to reestablish an anchor point following yesterday's fire activity. Heavy equipment continues to establish control lines. There was 14 kilometers that was put in yesterday, so crews are working really, really hard to really try and get in those contingency lines to help prevent further spread. We also have firefighters that are in the area hitting hot spots as well as mopping up, because one thing that we don't want to have happen is have a reburn from areas where the fire has moved through, because sometimes fire can be a little patchy. And so that's another critical aspect to the response.
What about boats on the lake right now? Are you finding that's a concern?
There has been reports of some boats on the area, but we would encourage the public to reach out to the RDOS in terms of any sort of restriction that's in place with regards to waterboat traffic.
But are you not hearing specifically of it causing, like, you do have aircraft picking up or getting water off the lake, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep,
So ideally they stay away.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, this is a fire, an active fire area. We have helicopters in the air, ground crews, and so it's really critical that resources don't impede some of the emergency operations. But from our end, we haven't heard a lot from that side of things.
Any concerns that you know of about drones at this point?
I haven't heard any reports of that, but there is a NOTAM restriction in effect. So we do not want any drones going up in the air, because that would impact the ability for helicopters to be able to operate in an area, but there has been no reports on our end of drone activity.
And is there anything else you wanted to add?
Just that we really want to thank the community of Summerland, Penticton, Peachland. Everyone has been very, very generous and supportive. I know it's an incredibly difficult time for people. I can assure you that BC Wildfire Service, conservation officers, ALERT, the RDOS, the RDOC, like all the agencies that are involved, the Penticton Indian Band, everyone is really trying their best. We have people working around the clock, and we're really hoping that this fire, we can make some good grounds.
Okay, I'm just going to come around there. I'm going to quickly just take a look at the chat, because I know there's probably a lot of chat going on here, and see if there's anything that we can answer there. The one thing that jumped to mind, actually, because I don't see anything specifically, what about the anchor point? What is an anchor point? Can you talk about that at all?
Yeah, so when we're looking at, so right now this fire is out of control, and that is, that definition applies to the entire fire. So when we're looking at suppression, we want to find ways to anchor in to either land masses or have actual machine guard or hand line, which is making like basically a fuel-free zone that crews will do, or doing burn-off activities if weather conditions allow. And that allows sort of linkages around, like beyond the perimeter of the fire, to prevent the fire from growing further. Because if you're able to remove those fuels, it prevents the fire from continuing to grow if weather conditions allow. But what we saw on Friday night is we saw 1 kilometer spotting from the fire. So it's really dependent on weather activity. And so having anchor points are sort of ways to work off of for looking at establishing some of those control lines.
Okay, and I'm just going to point out there's a couple of different questions here, and if you want to answer any of them, I'll ask you to jump in, and rather than me throw them at you. But there is one about fire behavior in aircraft, and I'll ask you if you don't mind just to address the camera, because again, I think media might want this. But what are the determinants for using aircraft with fire behavior? What are some of the things that you'd be looking at there?
Yeah, so there are 6 fire rankings. And if we're seeing like extreme fire behavior where it's unsafe for our crews, that includes both ground crews, helicopters, any sort of personnel that are actioning a fire, that's when, safety is the absolute #1 priority, both for public safety and for first responders. And so if we're seeing, rank 6 fire behavior, those are situations where you don't want to be putting in personnel. What we saw on Friday when this fire started, this fire grew rapidly and it was extreme fire behavior. And in those circumstances, you can't put crews in front of the fire because the spotting is going so far and you don't want to have personnel trapped. And so the fire ranking systems, there's lots of information online about the different ranking definitions, but if we are seeing extreme fire behavior, that's when, it's unsafe to be working in the area. But in terms of what we have been seeing, it's sort of been around rank 2, 3. There was some growth yesterday, but we continue to monitor what that fire behavior is through some of our modeling systems to try and forecast what we might be expecting.
Okay, and then finally, just 2 points I saw there. One was, are there any fire guards down toward Penticton that you can tell us about, and any word on what's going on in Prairie Valley, which is out near the landfill?
Yeah, so in terms of the south flank of the fire, we've had crews that have been working off the golf course and tying into the Kettle Valley Road area for doing some of that contingency line. In terms of the behavior of the fire that we have been seeing, yesterday, the south side of the fire, there was some activity. For the Prairie Valley area, near, again, we're starting to see activity, but we do have crews out and about supporting with suppression efforts in those areas as well.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'm just going to step in there and just take a moment to say thank you for your help. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for all the work fire departments are doing, or fire personnel, I should say, and BC Wildfire Service. I believe you're going to be cycling out of this area. I don't know how you refer to that.
I'm still here for quite some time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
sorry,
so,
no,
it's all
okay,
good. Yeah.
We're not going to ask you to leave. Okay, good.
Yeah,
but I appreciate your time for the update, for sure. If there's anything else you want to add, the floor is yours, absolutely. But I really appreciate you taking this time because I know how busy you are.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. I think one thing to really encourage the public and media and anyone else to visit is our public website. So if you search Bald Range Wildfire, you'll get up-to-date information. And if you toggle over the response button, that's updated every time we have our operations meetings after crews come back from the field. So we're able to get live information, and if there are any significant changes throughout the day. The fire perimeter is, anytime we get maps on our end, that gets inputted through the system. So it's a live update as well. So it's a really, really good resource to get the most up-to-date information. And just in terms of resources, they are working around the clock. Right now, I'm part of an incident management team that is managing the fire, but there will be continuous incident management teams that are coming in to action this fire because it is such a massive priority.
You know, I talked earlier about staying in our lane, which is what we try to do in local government. So I'm not talking about other jurisdictions like the Regional District of Central Okanagan, but I do appreciate there was a comment about Peachland. We haven't really talked about Peachland or West Kelowna, and it's because for me it's out of our jurisdiction, but we do not want to forget them. And I know you're with BC Wildfire, so maybe appropriate for you. Is there anything you can tell us about the proximity toward Peachland with this fire?
Yeah, so in terms of Peachland, again, if you want to have updates with regards to the evacuation orders and alerts, you'll want to reach out to the appropriate regional district. So
Regional District of Central Okanagan.
Central Okanagan, correct. And they'll be able to give you any information with regards to your access back, properties, anything like that. The fire is active, so there are alerts and orders in effect for the Peachland area. In terms of what we've been seeing for activity in the Peachland area, yesterday, most activity was more on the north and western flanks and some activity on the south. So we did see some, fire activity, but it was backing in on itself. It wasn't moving towards Peachland. But again, for today, the instability in the atmosphere and sort of how the smoke shifts, that's going to be really dependent on like what the fire behavior will look like across the fire.
There was a comment there about the north side of Meadow Valley heading towards Dark Lake. You're probably familiar with that area, or do you know anything about that? That would be in the northern portion of the fire, part of the northern portion. Do you have any info?
Yeah, so for, let me just look up here.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay.
I do appreciate these questions, by the way, coming in. This is really helpful because, I mean, well, we've got Erin here. Certainly, if she has any information specific to your question, we'll do our best to answer it in a short bit of time we have here.
Yeah.
But if you have any info, please go ahead.
For sure. So just going back again to the atmospheric instability, that will influence how much smoke we get from the Fraser Canyon and Nicola Valley areas from other fires in the province, and having that smoke settle in the area, which is actually a good thing. And that may help to moderate fire behavior. That said, if smoke does move out, clear skies will contribute to increased fire behavior. And this would be around the northern and western flanks is what we are anticipating. So it's really dependent on those blue skies.
There's a comment here about, are you okay to stay for a few more minutes? There's a comment about fire retardant and when it can be put down and how it's used. Is it dropped from a plane always, that kind of thing? Can you give us just a quick overview of the retardant?
Yeah, so we have skimmers, which are dropping water, but we also have retardant from our air tankers, and they're trying to get into areas based on visibility. When we drop a line of retardant, that sort of like acts as a contingency line as well. So the mixture that is being dropped, the red retardant that you see in photos and things like that, that sort of acts sort of similar to a guard, if you will, where it prevents the fire from progressing beyond it if there's no spotting.
So skimmers are working right now then?
Yeah, we have skimmers out on the field. Are
planes able to fly during some smoky conditions?
Yeah. We have air operations that are happening. So even though there is smoke, we have, today we have, what was the total number again? We have 14 helicopters that are on site. But if it's really, really, really smoky, that can hamper aircraft activity. So it is definitely a juggle because the smoke can impact visibility for aircraft, but then at the same time, having dense smoke in an area can help to lower those temperatures because you're not getting direct solar light that would raise the temperatures and increase fire behavior.
Okay, and then there was a question about the potential for fire to cross the lake. I think that's a difficult question because there's always the potential for embers can travel a few kilometers.
Yeah, for something like that to happen, you'd have to see extreme fire behavior. And right now, based on the forecast that we have, that's not something that is an immediate concern. But at the same time, it's really important to note that, you know, fuels are incredibly dry. What we saw on Friday was not due to a weather event. It was just due to natural conditions. So if we have a weather event, that could significantly increase fire activity. So, you know, we're not out of the woods yet in terms of having this fire sort of under control based on the current conditions that we're seeing.
Okay, I don't want to keep you any longer other than let's end on, I guess this is a high note, is Okanagan Falls is one of the locations where you have a fire camp. And we're hearing the Mexican firefighters are coming in. That's fantastic. Have you heard anything about the military or federal government support? Is there anything you can say about that?
So we have 100 Mexican international firefighters that are on site today. So they're out in the field working on this fire. This is a priority fire. We have a ton of resources here. In terms of updates for federal resources, that's something that I don't know, but you would have to go and ask our provincial coordination center because they manage the jurisdictional firefighting crews and things like that and some of those agreements.
Erin, I really appreciate your time. That was a very thorough update. I'm sorry we didn't get to all the questions, but we do need to wrap it up. And I, again, want to thank you.
Yeah, and again, please check our website. We'll be giving these updates regularly. So we want to get the information out to the public as much as possible. And if you have any questions, you can, I'll put it in the chat, but we have our site level information email address and our phone number, and you're welcome to call. We'd be happy to give an interview for media as well as speak to any resident or people, those that are impacted. Our hearts do go out to the community. This is a very impactful wildfire that has really made it has impacted so many people, and we do really thank the community for their support and so graciously allowing us to camp out here and work in the area.
Okay, and thanks again. I do have that information that you had earlier, so I'll post it I'll put it in the chat here in just a few moments. But again, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And that's the email address and the phone number.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I'll just step in there. I'm going to mute that microphone, and I'm going to see Erin out, and then I'll come back in about 5 minutes and just have another quick update. We'll just ask for your patience on that one. And those of you who are commenting in the chat area there who are talking about nothing to do with the wildfire, we're going to ask you to take a break on that, and we'll get our moderator to take a look. Again, thank you so much. Hello there. Apologies for the long delay. I have mentioned on this stream numerous times that we're trying to keep this feed going the best we can, but there will be times where we have to break away to do the work that we're doing, and I do apologize for that because I know it's not very nice when you're looking at a blank screen. But we're trying to do the best we can. I'll try for another update just after 4 again, and then of course we do have our briefing at 6. Now that briefing will be. Myself will have our EOC directors, and it'll be pretty straightforward that way. We're not going to have a bunch of guests. We are working on a public meeting at some point, and that's something that we'd like to get as soon as we can. But there's a lot of moving parts, and that's the thing. That's why committing to a live stream like this is challenging. Did pretty well through the morning to try and hit the top and the bottom of the hour, but my other job requires me to speak with my colleagues and other agencies outside this building. So I was doing that, and I will be back shortly. So just after 4 o'clock, and I don't have a specific update, but I can certainly talk about some of the key things that you might have on your mind, some of those questions. And in the meantime, please do check the RDOS website, and I will see you shortly. Just after 4. Thanks. Hi there. Sorry about the delay again. This is one of the times where, we could probably take the stream down, but I wanted to kind of leave it up so that when we are able to do updates, it's already there. So we could just shut it down. But it just sort of turned out that I wasn't able to do as many updates as I'd like. So I do apologize for that. I just want to let you know that here at the EOC, with my job as the information officer, I'm working with the team. And what happens is a lot of times we have to go and have a meeting and do the operational things. So there's no real excuse for taking away from this. But in this case, we just don't have, a whole bunch of other staff that we can say, if we don't have new information, we really, I think going forward, what we'll try to do is stick to, a 10 o'clock and a 2 o'clock and a 4 o'clock and a 6 o'clock, like briefings like that are just very much, you know that at 10 o'clock when you tune in, there's something going on. And, so we'll kind of decide that, and certainly any kind of feedback on that would be helpful. But in the meantime, we're still coming out of that immediate phase of this wildfire is huge. We have to get information out, and it's kind of starting to slow down. As far as the immediacy, now it's really that important part of let's get people back. And I know everybody has questions about that, and there's a real process about that. And I'm going to provide an update on that in just a moment. But BC Wildfire asked me to put their information in. So I am putting that in here now. And they also, if they're watching, and they did ask if I could put a graphic up. They said they'd do it themselves. I said, no, I'll do it. And I haven't. But in the meantime, here's their contact information. I'm going to put that here. Now, this contact information really is for media who might want to do an interview or get information, but also if there's something that you really need from BC Wildfire that you're not able to get, then that's what you can do with that contact information. Okay, there are a lot of questions about temporary access passes. So for those of you who are watching, I'm going to take just a moment to talk about the temporary access process. I've got my notes here, just stand by for 1 second. I'll get them later. So if you are looking for a temporary access pass, it's important to realize, first of all, that it's not for everybody to get one right now. That won't happen. It's challenging. So what's been happening is you go to the website, rdos.bc.ca, and you fill out the form and be specific about what your needs are. And the criteria basically is starting with critical needs and whatever that may be. And then the other issue is that area safe to get into to begin with? So that's one part of it. People need to get back. They want to do whatever they need to do. It's being triaged based on the critical nature of what it is that you have to get back there for. And believe me, I understand. I've been around emergency management for a long time. I know there's lots of reasons why. I used my own example because I have 3 trees in my property that I planted in honor of my late mom, and they haven't been watered a long time. I'm very worried about them, but I can do nothing about that. I'm not going to go into an evacuation order zone to do that. So I just want to say that, and that's on the lower end of what people might consider is really important. You've got animals or pets. Okay, now that's pretty important. Alert Animal Lifeline emergency response team has been in the area, in areas that are safe, and they're taking information from people who've contacted them. I've said before, I'm sure if they are going through that area and they see any animals in need, they're going to do something about that. So there's that option. Then there's also the option to get people in there to actually take care of it if it's safe and if it's possible. So everything is being done to get people in. When you fill out that form, the online form, and you put it in, please don't fill out multiple forms. And please also understand that the process is going to take whatever course it is. And if you don't get the answer you want, it's not because anyone's trying to not allow you into your house or your property. It's because there's a process, and it's being triaged based on the critical nature of what you're looking for. I know there are people who won't like the answer, and I understand how difficult that is, but please do respect the process. It's just a necessary part with a major wildfire going on and at this difficult time. So that's that part. I hope that explains it. If I haven't explained it well enough, I apologize. Then the other part of it is re-entry. And in just a few moments, I'm going to talk to our EOC director. I'm going to step out again for a moment. and I'm going to talk to our EOC director about that whole reentry process. I know that the planning, as I've said before, that planning goes on the minute an evacuation order is put in place. So what does that look like to get everybody back? I think one of the issues with that is that we've had the entire town is out in Summerland's case, and then we've got the electoral area as well, or areas. So, you know, to get people back in, someone's asked what areas are safe. I think, you know, when you look at anybody from Summerland or in the outlying area, you can probably look at the wildfire map and determine what area might be safe. The issue is you open up an area and now you've got people coming into an active zone where wildfires are being fought. So that's part of the process that's happening right now. How can you, as quickly as possible, contain where the wildfire is? So I'm using, you know, the idea of where the red is, and then where the wildfire isn't. How do you contain that? So you're sending people home and saying it's safe to be there, but they can't go across the highway or they can't go into the next area because there's a wildfire. That's the work that's being done. And the criteria, and this is what I think is really important, is based on safety. It's not just the safety of the people going in there, it's the safety of the crews who are working to contain the fire. So that's that part of it. Then also, I guess, you know, those are the two real issues. So tonight, we're recording this on Tuesday, August the 11th. We're going to have a wildfire, or we'll have an EOC briefing, so Regional Emergency Operations Center briefing. We're going to bring in one or two of our EOC directors, and those two people are Graham Statt and Deborah Jones Middleton. This isn't a major briefing with all the partners. We are working to have another briefing where we do what we did with before with the media event, but in as a public meeting. So with a public meeting, it's media would be possibly carrying that event, but it's meant for you, for people who are evacuees or who are on evacuation alert, who want information, who have questions, but also partners would be there. So we would invite other partners to come to that meeting, and that is important. A public meeting is important, but there's a lot of logistics involved, especially because a lot of the venues are currently being used. So for right now, 6 o'clock is the time we've chosen to have these briefings. This is a kind of a mini briefing in the sense that we'll give you all the latest information we have. We had an excellent briefing earlier from BC Wildfire Service. If you had a chance to see that, it's on this live stream. So there's a chance you could go back and look at that. People have asked me to put in chapters. It's very challenging right now to do that. Another thing I want to mention is, this is interesting. I've had some really unique feedback, interesting feedback on these live streams. And I think what we've done is we basically opened up the door and said, let's use technology this way. And that's never perfect. It's never clean. We're workshopping it. So things I've learned along the way. My friend Jeremy sends me a note, says, put up a sign when you're away so people know. I could take that a step further and maybe put up a sign that says, you know, 10 a.m., 11 a.m., that kind of thing. We could go and look at the description here and start putting in markers so people know that at 10 o'clock we had an update and we talked about such and such. But for now, we're just trying to keep the information flowing. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be clean. And always, I shouldn't say clean, but you know what I mean. It's just raw information. Let's get it out there. So let's work on that together. I mentioned in November, I'm going to be at the Building Resilience, Resilient Communities Conference in Nanaimo, and I'm going to talk about video now. With this, inadvertently, I've come up with some new information that I can talk about. I want to present this as a let's get feedback. What do emergency professionals and communicators feel is required if you're going to do this? How can you do it without causing more harm or causing problems or potentially setting you know, expectations that aren't realistic? So kind of veered off a little bit there. So 6 o'clock, we'll just do a reset, recap. What does that reentry process look like? If the highway is to open, what is the RDOS, the Regional Emergency Operations Center, role in that? Is it putting in roadblocks so people aren't going into the town, into fire zones? I'm not really sure, and I want to ask our EOC directors that. So there's that. Then there's also the temporary access permits. How is that going? We need to start getting some more stats out. I had made some notes, and the latest number of properties that are on alert and order, we put those out before. I'll double check that they're in the on the website. And There we go. Yeah, the old-fashioned news release after your briefing to be posted on Hot Topics page. Now, that's a really good point is, the briefing itself last night would be great after that briefing to itemize the notes, and I'll ask our staff here, but that's a good example, though, of where you watched the briefing, if you did, and hopefully you took some notes about what might affect your family. And we have lots of people working very long hours, and I'm one of those people. After that briefing, I wasn't prepared to go and spend the time to put that together. And I'm being extremely honest here, only because I ended up working for another couple hours doing other things. But point taken, I 100% agree. Putting out a high level briefing of what that brief talked about, especially if there's any new information, is a good idea. And I did have one of my colleagues ask me about that tonight or today was, did you want us to be available during that briefing? What do we need to do? And that's what I'm going to say is yes, stick around, help moderate, and then do exactly what you just said. So that's really cool. Thank you for that feedback. You must be a communications person. I think that's it for now. I think we've covered a lot of the bases. ESS is probably ongoing and people need that information. Yeah, exactly. Aaron earlier gave us a lot of good information. I took some notes, and in the short term, we're gonna leave it to those of you who are watching this live stream. You heard some interesting information. You can take some notes, but absolutely, I think one thing that's important to note though is that if I'm in here with BC Wildfire doing an update, and then we're gonna, the Emergency Operations Center is gonna put out an information release that talks about what BC Wildfire talked about. We don't speak on behalf of other organizations, but what I would consider is some high-level information that says, general terms, this is what we know, but it's challenging to start documenting an update on a wildfire at 2 p.m. that sits on the website for hours and hours and hours, and then all of a sudden, that information is completely old. So that's the challenge there. But general information, I think, is important. But for the latest update on BC Wildfire, you're going to need to hear it directly from BC Wildfire because conditions change all the time. Moderate YouTube, yes. I'm going to take a short break again, and I will be back here at 5 o'clock. So we'll have a reset at 5 o'clock where we can talk about, so if you know of anyone who's concerned about temporary access permits, what's reentry look like, ESS, those types of things, we'll talk about that at 5. And then we'll bring those questions to our EOC directors at 6 o'clock during our briefing. And for anyone who's wondering, that briefing at 6 o'clock is just a general what's going on from the Emergency Operations Center. We won't have our partners there, but we can give you a good snapshot of what's going on at the time. And to the best of our ability, answer questions if they're coming in at that time as well. So we'll see you back here at 5 o'clock. And I do appreciate, again, your patience as I step out during this live stream. But as I said, I think it's good to keep the live stream going. And back at 5. Thanks. Holy cow. It's been a busy morning, been a busy afternoon. I said I'd be back at 5 and I wasn't, and I apologize for that. We have a live stream that we've left open so that we're not having to start stop. I've tried to target 5 o'clock, 5:30, like top of the hour, bottom of the hour. Because this is a busy time, we can't always do that. We don't have new information or anything to share with you. So it's really just sort of a continuation of that. But for those of you who are waiting for the 5 o'clock update, I apologize. But I have brought something as a show and tell, just because we're going to veer off for just a moment. I'm under evacuation order. I found out about that Friday evening. I was here, and the rest of the district of Summerland was placed on evacuation order. And that's a challenging time, as you can well imagine. I've never been through it. I've talked a lot about it. I've tried to give people information about it. Someone's talking about Penticton being at risk. Basically, what's happening right now, there's no new evacuation alerts or orders. But if you look at the map for BC wildfire and you see the fire, that's a big fire. Where it's going is dependent on a lot of factors. So if you live in this vicinity, in the region of that fire, which I do, you got to keep an eye on it. And you got to do that through the official sources. And if anything changes, you'll be advised as quickly as possible. And as we've said before, you saw in Falder in Meadow Valley, the fire came and there was no chance to warn people because it was there. If you see something like that, you get out. Now, Penticton is completely different. Whoever said that, if they're online or whatever, talk to the official sources. And you're asking me a question. I'm not with BC Wildfire, but I can tell you I'm in Penticton right now. No one's told me that Penticton's at risk. The landfill was in Summerland, where that fire is. Maybe this isn't a good time. I was going to do show and tell, but I veered off to something quite serious. But I just want to go back to what I was going to say. When that evacuation order was put in place, I had to go back to my house in Summerland and very quickly get everything I could, obviously my family, but as far as packing things and stuff. And I had to make a decision on what I was going to take with me. So I grabbed bins of stuff that I want to keep and children's stuff, and I won't get into the details. I had some stuff ready, would have in hindsight had more, like more shirts and stuff. But I didn't. But one thing I did get, and some of you, especially folks who remember the 1976 Olympics in Montreal, where my father-in-law was as a camera operator for CBC, was I grabbed these 2 shirts, which are original. And I just wanted to share that personal moment with you for just a moment. And I thought, you know what, if I can't come back to my house, my father-in-law's entrusted me with these, I'm going to take them. And I show you that only as an example of, if you're under evacuation alert right now, or you're in the vicinity of a large wildfire, what if things change? What would you want to have ready to take with you? Some people take a briefcase. They're not really worried. Either they don't think anything will happen, or if it did, they're okay with that. They're not about stuff. So I think it's a good reminder to be prepared to take the opportunity, because you have the time. I don't have that time anymore because I'm on evacuation order, and I hope to get home before too long. Wouldn't that be great? I got to water the plants. Okay. The temporary access pass process is fairly straightforward. If you go to the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca, and you click on the link, you'll find the link there. And when you fill out the form, please don't fill it out multiple times. You don't have to call the RDOS, but you do fill out that form, go through a process. There's a lot involved. Is it safe in that area? And it may very well be safe in that area, but the critical issues have to be prioritized. And so say there's a whole bunch of them and yours isn't critical, but you're in an area that's safe. There's a lot going on, but trust that the process is working and you'll get in as quickly as you can. The next step of that is then re-entry, either phased re-entry, staged re-entry, or temporary re-entry, whatever's going to happen next. There's a process involved for that. And tonight I'm going to ask at 6 o'clock, we're going to have our 2 EOCO directors come in. We'll do one at a time. We're in this small studio space, which is actually my office. We're doing a briefing, but we don't have the whole team here. We're not bringing the partners like we did on Monday night. It's just a quick, it's an update where we can bring in the directors one at a time, talk a bit about what some of the latest things are. We'll have the live stream going on. We'll ask you to be respectful on there. We're not going to get into speculation and things like that, but you're probably going to have some legitimate questions. So I really wanted to be clear on that, what that's going to be. So that would be great if you can join us at 6 o'clock. We've had some questions from the media. It's a briefing very similar to this, but with our EOC directors coming in one at a time to answer some questions, and that we have Graham Statt and also Deborah Jones Middleton. So that'll be at 6 o'clock. And so for media who want to interview or record that, I'll do what I did with BC Wildfire is we'll have our guests join us one at a time, and I'll step out of the way so you get a shot you can use, and then I'll just ask a few questions off the side of the desk, and I'll make sure that we reference some of the questions that you might have. I hope that's helpful as well. So it has been a very, very, very busy day today, and I feel as though we've made some progress as far as getting information out about these temporary access passes and how that works, and making sure that that information is front and center on the website. And kudos to the team here. We've got a really good group of people working really hard. I've gotten some good feedback from people about what we should do as far as, once we have that meeting tonight, putting out a follow-up briefing type of thing. And so we'll have some bullet points on that. Especially if there's anything new, we may hear something new from our directors, but I don't believe so, but you just never know. Okay, and I'm multitasking now. So I'm actually reviewing a document while I talk to you. So, earlier, I don't think I did that today, but this live stream, what's really interesting about it is because I'm trying to combine the live stream, which normally people don't do and likely might not want to do as far as the time that it takes and the commitment. We also want to try and do media interviews through the day. And that's what BC Wildfire does, is the information officers who come in here, they take time out of doing media interviews to do basically an interview with us so that they're reaching a lot of people in a different way. So in this way, we're trying to reach as many people as we can while also doing media interviews. So it's a really interesting process. So stand by for 1 second. I'm going to try not to chew gum and walk at the same time. I have to review a document very quickly. So I'm just going to hit mute for a second while I focus. And you know what I'll do? I'll put my glasses on. And I apologize that you have to watch me think for a moment. Sorry, I forgot to unmute. I muted because I was actually just doing something completely different. That probably wasn't a good idea. I should have just left it on. Sorry about that. What I was saying is I hope everyone's doing really well, or not really well, but just if you're on evacuation order like I am and many, many, many other people here, I hope that you're finding support from friends and family, and you're able to take some time away from this wildfire and not focus on it. And I find for myself being involved in this live stream and working here, it does give me something to focus on. I do miss spending time with my family, and I'm going to do that really soon. And I do at night and in the morning. But I will, over the next few days, start to phase out a bit. And operationally, that's what you do with these operations. And earlier, we introduced you to Joanne Millar. She is a communications coordinator here at the regional district. We'll bring her back in and then start to basically, she can start, we're going to phase down this live stream. It won't be all day. And as you know, it's not all day anyway, because lots of times we have to step out. I think it's better to have an approach where we can say the live stream is on at 10, noon, 2, and whatever those times are, but definitely 6 o'clock for an end of the day briefing. And my thought, and I'd love to hear feedback on this, is rather than start, stop, is to leave the live stream open, put this little sign up here, and it will say the next briefing is at whatever time that is, and make sure we hit that mark. So 10 o'clock, change it, put, whatever. I think that's a really, I'd like to think that's a heavy or a helpful idea, helpful way to do it. I have received some photos from BC Wildfire Service. I wasn't able to get up there today, and I really had hoped to get up there. So I asked Nicole Bonnet, who is with BC Wildfire Service, if she could take a few photos for me. And she was kind enough to do that. So I think what I'll do is I'll email those to myself, and I'm going to do that right now while I'm talking. And then and this is downtown Summerland. So for some of you, this may be the first time that you've seen official images from downtown Summerland. And then if I can get up there and get more pictures, I certainly will. And this warms my heart to see our downtown. So I'm going to send this to my email, and then in just a moment I can bring it up. When this fire broke out and it was so incredibly huge, and then we heard, people were trapped, and it was moving toward the town. I thought the worst at one point. I thought, oh, I don't know what this is going to look like. I mean, as it is, it's bad, and I get that. But I didn't know how bad. And any loss of property, any loss of life in a fire is horrible. And we just didn't know how big it was. So yeah, that's an interesting point. I like that. Putting up a sign saying we'll be back shortly, and a link about emotional support. Is that what you mean? I think that's kind of a neat idea, telling people where, with a web link or something. So is the live stream being seen at the, yes, it is. There is a live stream up right now at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. We have some TVs there, some monitors, so people who are there are able to see it. Just give me 1 sec. I'm going to just send these pictures, and we'll take a look at downtown Summerland. Yeah, thanks to BC Wildfire for sending these. It's really nice to see them. I mean, I'd heard anecdotally here from Graham that downtown was intact, but I think seeing them yourself will be really nice, especially if you live in Summerland, like I do. Downtown Summerland looks like a movie set, like on the best of days. It's that kind of town. It's just such a neat little place. And yeah, it's so cool to live in a place like that is friendly, and there's just a neat little downtown with lots of cool shops. That's funny. Oh, you'll be fine. Someone said they'll miss tuning into the live stream. No, you won't. You'll have Joanne Millar here for some updates, and she's great. She's a solid human being. A lot of people in Summerland know Joanne Millar. She is different than me. I wasn't in the Olympics. Let's see here. This has been going through this photo. Okay, so I've just emailed these photos to myself so that I can bring it up on the computer. And I'm not seeing them show up just yet. Oh, it's taking a moment. Anyway, we'll get there. Okay, well, we're at 5:30, so people may have tuned in to see the 5:30 briefing. My name is Eric Thompson with the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and in just a few moments, we're going to show you some photos from downtown Summerland, and then at 6 o'clock, we'll have our briefing with two of our EOC directors. We have two of them doing interesting jobs here to keep everything going forward, and one of them is Graham Statt, who's also the CAO of the District of Summerland, and the other one is Deborah Jones Middleton, who is the Senior Manager of Protective Services here at the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. We'll get some updates from both of them. But first, we are going to show you a photo. And just give me 1 sec here. I know this is taking long, and I hope it's not upsetting you, but it is going to take me a second. So this fire broke out, as you know, on, I'm just going to do this, this is taking too long. The fire broke out on Friday. We are now at Tuesday, and the fire is still very active. So we all have to understand that there's a lot going on to get you back into your homes. Here we are, photo coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, downtown Summerland. There it is. Beautiful town. That's all I've got. I wasn't able to get to Summerland today. I was going to try to get up there and get some video and just show you because people have asked. Now, one thing people have said is, why can we get some saying they don't see it. You can't see that? I think you can. Let's try it. Let's keep going here. That's weird. I can see it on my computer. How's that? Can anybody see that? Let me know if you're seeing that photo. I'm going to save it. Use full of webcam. Oh, weird. Okay, stand by. I'm going to try again. Sorry about that. I think what I need to do here is I need to save this photo as a separate image. So I'm going to do that right now while I talk. If anyone is looking for information about this wildfire, I've talked about a lot of it already, but I think the key part right now is things are moving fast. Information is at a premium, but you can find information on the website for the entire region, and that's the latest evacuation alerts and orders. And it's important to go to the website if you can't find it, or if you don't have access to the website for some reason. And I mean, if you know somebody who doesn't, because you would have access if you're watching this, then don't hesitate to phone the Emergency Operations Center and ask the question. Okay, there's one photo. I'm going to try this. I really do apologize. This is taking so long. I just really want to get these photos up. So there's one, and I'm going to save this one over here. What a great little town. This looks so nice, but it looks weird that it's so quiet and empty. Okay, save the picture. I know this is painful for you. I do apologize, but I'm doing the best I can to try and get these up and to share them. I don't know why it didn't show them the way I had it. Okay, here we go. We're going to get there. I'm going to go to this folder. While I'm doing this, the briefing that we're going to do at 6 o'clock is really intended to be a high-level overview of what we know about today, some of the things we have learned that people are looking for information about, and then also what tomorrow looks like as far as timelines for like what's happening if people are looking for access, either temporary or re-entry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully I can get this done for you here. I'll go back to share screen. It's unfortunately, and I'm operating off a laptop that's pretty good, but when I try to share screen, it slows down a bit. But here we go. Can you see that? No photo. That's really strange. I wonder why that is. It's really strange. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I don't want to crash the computer. Where are we here? It's really not cool. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I tried share screen. You know what I'll do? I'll get it figured out for us. Just stand by. I'm going to take them out to my coworkers and ask them to load them on the website. We'll just get it done and do it properly. But we're going old school. Downtown Summerland, ladies and gentlemen. Downtown Summerland. There it is in all its glory. How's that? Old school on new technology. So I'm going to take these photos that I received, and I'm going to send them to my colleague and ask him to put them on the website, and then we'll have that link for you. And I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for your patience. Check, check, check. You can't hear me right now. Can you? Check, check, check. You can hear me right now. That was weird. Okay, I'm going to have to check. That was weird. The audio was supposed to not be on. Weird. So I think what we're going to do, this may or may not be, can you hear me right now? Yeah. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm seeing an error message here. And I don't know exactly what's going on. So I think what's going on is that there's a problem. That's why I couldn't show that photo. So I'm going to close this window and start a new live stream because we seem to be having some technical difficulties. So I'm going to shut the live stream down and come back in just a few minutes.